4 stages involved in launching a ballistic missile. The first one is the boost stage. It starts at the point the missile is launched and ends after all the rocket fuel is burned and the missile is propelled into the exosphere. The next stage is the post-boost stage. It starts after all the fuel is burned and ends after the re-entry vehicle is ejected. Next is the intermediate course stage. It takes place after the re-entry vehicle is ejected and lasts until the missile enters the exosphere. Then comes the final stage. It starts when the re-entry vehicle enters the exosphere, and it lasts until it reaches its ultimate target on the ground. Missile defense systems use military satellites to detect rocket emissions during the initial boost stage of a missile. But this new nuclear weapon employs the railgun's ability to fire projectiles at ultra-high velocities instead of using a rocket. That's why it can't be detected by today's missile defense systems. And on top of that, the re-entry vehicle also uses stealth technology. It's so accurate that its 50% zone comes close to 50 meters. That's as good as the best ICBM.
A highly accurate, undetectable, uninterceptable nuclear weapon. We wouldn't even be able to tell where it came from.
And that's not all. A standard ballistic missile uses a 2-stage or a 3-stage solid fuel rocket for its propulsion system. Besides costing lots of money, safely maintaining the solid rocket fuel and readying the missile for launch requires a lot of work. But a railgun-launched nuclear warhead avoids all of those problems. And it's cheap, too.
It's the perfect nuke. A general's dream.
And the world's nightmare.
Alright, thank you, Edacon. Hello gamers, welcome. Hi Ashley, congrats on the first. Hi Shindigs. Yes, wait, hold on. Ooh. Hello, hi. Welcome. Yes, I assume, well, it doesn't surprise me that you know. It's a mix by Ryland Kirshenov? Kirshenov? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. We're probably gonna be listening. Yeah, nice. Wait, hold on, which one is that? Just double checking. Yeah, exactly. Oh shit, fuck, shut up. Yes. Yeah, I'm a big fan. Shout out Ryland Kirshenov on YouTube. We're probably gonna be listening to another one of his mixes now. I haven't had the chance to go through. Did you guess a guy for that? Oh yeah. Yes. So I was hoping to download one of his other streams because or like other mixes, because the way I have this set up is in order to be able to put the now playing on screen, I basically downloaded it and split it up into its individual segments. I was hoping to do that for another one, but I haven't managed to. So I'm just gonna play it, through Firefox, and I'll probably just take off the now playing thing. I think I'm gonna find one of the sort of chiller ones, more chill ones. Anyway, hello. How is everyone doing? Happy Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. I don't know if this is still loud. It might be. But yes. I had a very busy weekend, let me tell you that. I'm gonna be talking about it. I put it in the title. But you know, I would love to just talk about movies for a little bit, or like, you know, as I'm building. So I went to a film festival over the weekend called Forbidden Worlds, which is something that happens nearby here in Bristol, where the concept or the idea is that there's like a small sort of community. There's like a they've got a video shop, where they sell like DVDs and all sorts of stuff, and then they organize all sorts of like one-off screenings of like cult movies and whatnot. And they've been organizing this festival, or like these series of festivals, at what is basically the like the old IMAX theater that is it doesn't operate anymore. I think they still have the IMAX projector in there, but it doesn't operate because it was like this kind of thing where I think maintenance was, or like support was so expensive for it that they just couldn't justify it at the time. And this was before the sort of like big you know, IMAX in 70mm sort of like, I don't know if you can call it renaissance, you know, but I feel like they that kind of like format has picked up in the last couple of years. And so basically it didn't have the chance, you know, it didn't make it until up to that point, and so it got shut down. But the screen is still there, you know, there are still seats in front of it and all sorts of stuff. So they basically set up a pretty decent, you know, pretty large digital projector, and so they've been doing stuff there. Actually, hold on, I don't know if I should pull up the hand cam already, but yeah. So basically, they've been doing like these music film festivals, right? Where they'll do like 3 or 4 days of just back to back all sorts of like cult films. They've done this twice already, so it's like sci-fi, fantasy, and action, all sorts of like, you know, special effects related things. They've done like a Halloween one as well. So yeah, I don't know, it's a lot of fun. I've got the, hold on, yeah, fuck it, I'll just pull up the one. I've got a bit of a mess here. I haven't been able to do nearly as much prep as I would have liked, because, well, as a result, in part, yeah, you know, quick sneak peek. I've got the box here, but yeah, so like it comes. I've got the little like you know, it comes with a badge, and you know they've got the like program on the back. I don't know if you can. Hopefully, I can focus in on it. I've set up the. Oh, we're building. Eventually. I'm still in the sort of like intro phase, but yes, we will be welcome in too. Yeah, so hold on, let's see. I'm looking at like 3 different screens here just to be able to focus, but hold on. I'm using the quote unquote, oh fuck, there we go. Okay. Yeah, so I missed the first couple of days. So I, you know, the Thursday screenings and Prey, the first one on the Friday I missed because I was at work. But yeah, so basically, we've got, you know, Royal Warriors, Gremlins 2, Way of the Dragon, Dolls. The next day, Return to Oz, King Kong, Heroic Trio, Cliffhanger, Amsterdam, and then on yesterday, on the Sunday, we had 7th Voyage of Timbad, Invaders from Mars, Police Story 3, Super Cop, Assault on Precinct 13, and Starship Troopers. So I was there for pretty much everything but the first 3 movies. It was a lot of fun. So I don't know. I can kind of like go over and just talk about them as we go on. But yeah, no, and like, I don't know. It was really cool. I have to issue an apology, I guess, to Ashley. I want you to know that I did try to get them to put a clip on the big screen, and unfortunately, the way that it was playlisted, like it wouldn't have been possible. But I am determined. I am determined to put you #BigTimeAshley on the IMAX screen at some point, because these are like a fairly regular thing. They don't only do the effort is appreciated. Yeah, I mean, it would have been nice. I was hoping to kind of like surprise you with that. But yeah, no, I had a chat with one of the organizers, and he was like, you know, that sounds like a really cool idea, but unfortunately, because of the way that the ingest is set up and everything, it just like they wouldn't be able to just like, you know, splice it in there. But who knows? I will probably keep pestering them. I think I might just send them an email for an upcoming thing and then be like, hey, is there a chance that we can kind of like, you know, squeeze it in there? Because you know, they seem pretty open about it. At least like, I I think there was a guy who wanted to take some like drone shots inside, and so they just let him in, you know, in between 2 movies, and just let him, you know, have this one. So I don't see why they wouldn't be able to do it. But yeah, you know, like shout out to them. It was really fun. And yeah, but yeah, so that basically, that also meant that over the weekend I basically just came home to sleep. And that was it, because you know, these started at like 10:30, you know, 10:30, 11 a.m. and went on until like 11 at night. So you know, not much in the way of sort of like working on the stream and prepping for this, but I did want to, you know, sort of hopefully make up for the fact that I didn't manage to stream over the weekend. So this week I've got 3 streams planned. So this will be one of them, which, let me just bring it back. So we're gonna be getting started. Focus. I keep getting a bit distracted. Hold on. Exposure. I'm trying to do this in like sort of like manual mode. I don't know if that will pay off. We'll see. But because I don't really trust this camera to properly autofocus. Yeah, I don't like that. Anyway, but yeah, I've got the for those of you who may have been here for the very first, or not very first, but like second or third stream ever on this channel, it was a hand cam stream. Oh no. It was a CAD stream, and so one of the things that I worked on was like this attachment for my C920 webcam that holds like a corrective lens for FPV first person view goggles, right? So if you have a drone and stuff with a camera on it, you can get these like first person goggles, right? They're kind of like a you know, simpler like VR headsets. It's kind of like the same principle, and you can get these corrective lenses in front of it so that you don't have to wear your glasses. So basically I 3D printed a little holder that holds one of those, which hopefully helps a little bit with the sort of like the focusing range, because last time I did a hand cam stream, no matter how much I tried to kind of like get it in focus, I think it was like it would only focus much closer than what I had on the desk. Anyway, so we'll see how that goes. Hopefully it looks okay. So that's one thing that I've got here. I'm gonna get started from scratch. I picked up an airbrush recently. So the idea for this is that this is going to be the first kit that I actually try to paint. All very professional and, you know, like high effort shit, right? So what I had in mind for this stream, because I don't have a paint booth or anything that I can stream as of right now, what I'm gonna be doing, I think, is I'm gonna be sort of prepping as much as I can, you know, take the pieces off the runners. Anything that has just a single solid color, I can assemble. And then things that will have, you know, some color separation or whatever, I try to keep the pieces separate so I can paint them, then assemble them separately. I did get, so this is a kit that comes with, I'll go into sort of like what the kit is, but it originally comes with stickers. I've got the water slides for it as well, as an upgrade, so I can probably apply those off stream as well, and then, I don't know, maybe like put it together just like a short thing, you know, just put it all together, just show it off, you know, so that you can see the final result. So that's kind of the idea for this. I do also have a bunch of these guys. I've got a pile of wee-wees, and a vinyl PP from itemLabel. I don't know if you're familiar with itemLabel. I don't know if they need an introduction. Also, hold on. Let me just stop that. Hell yeah, Future Skeleton Club, welcome in. We are so back. Shout out to Gems. Yes. So let's see. Maybe I can just play this one. I don't know if you can hear that. Oh, you might not be able to hear it on this. Oh shit. Wait, no, I think you can. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, never mind. I was looking at the wrong thing. Okay. Hopefully this one is a little bit nicer. They are a pile of wee-wees. Okay, well it's spelled wee, but it's a bunch of wee-wees. Yeah. So if you're not familiar with itemLabel, it's basically this this company that makes and sells like all sorts of like plushies or like designer collectibles, clothing items. They're kind of like branching out, doing all sorts of stuff, and they have like this very cool style, right? You might have seen the PPs. I didn't manage to get a PP this time around because the ones that I won were out of stock, but I did pick up a sucklet. I got a sucklet friend. Hey, hold on. I might be able to hold them up. Hold on. So yeah, I've got the, you know, basically the idea is that they all have wee-wees and peepees. That's right. And so, you know, they all have like little you know, little profiles, little descriptions. You know, there's a lot of lore involved. So like I've got the little profile for the sucklet here. It says, sucklet is a friend of the mushrooms. It finds extreme pleasure in absorbing the nutrients of treats and by decomposing other organisms. So there you go. That's sucklet. But yeah, so I don't know. You might have seen PPs around. I think the classic PP is the one that looks kind of like a cow. It's got like a cow pattern. But you can get all sorts of different ones. There's like a corn dog looking one. There's like various fuzzy ones, you know, whatever. So yeah, they all have like a little bit of backstory. So I think this vinyl PP was just kind of like an extra that they threw in because it was like over a certain threshold or whatever. They just give you one for free. I think. So basically, this will contain just a random one, and I think it also comes with a card that will have like the lore on it. So yeah, I'm probably gonna be opening those in a little bit. I'm gonna hang on to that, but yeah, it's fun. I picked up a bunch of them because they had an offer running throughout April where like I don't know. I guess the more you bought, the more like the bigger the discount would be, kind of deal. I think maybe like 4 or 5 was the maximum, I guess, but like whatever. I was like, I might as well pick some up. Yes. So, let's see. What are we doing? Yes. So I guess just to finish the intro stuff. I've braved about Macross Plus, I think, multiple times on stream. I fucking love it. It's incredibly kino. It's a very nice OVA. It's probably the best entry into the Macross saga in general. If you're into mecha anime, or even if you're not, you know, and you haven't seen Macross Plus, I cannot recommend it enough. It also includes the YF-19, which is, as I've said also before while playing Ace Combat, it's like easily one of my favorite, you know, mecha designs and like fictional aircraft. It's got this really cool sort of forward swept wing. And so the idea is that so this is an HG grade kit, which if you do Gunpla, you might know these are kind of like not entry level because that's an entire category onto itself, but these are like the relatively simpler ones. It's a 1 to 100 scale, which I think typically for Gundam HGs that would be 144 scale. I think that's simply because the model is smaller. I think the height itself of the kit of the finished kit will be comparable to 144 scale Gundams. And yeah, so basically the idea is that this is like a Verifighter, is what they call in the Macross universe. So it transforms from the basically aircraft configuration to basically into a humanoid robot or like mobile suit kind of thing. It's called the Batroid. And then it's got this funky in between state called the Go Walk mode. That is basically just, you know, like a chicken kind of deal. Oh, hold on. You know, it's just a plane with legs. And so the way they've done it for this particular kit is they've got this shortcut change, kind of like, I don't know if you can call it like technology or whatever. It's kind of like this idea where it doesn't outright transform in its entirety, but they give you replacement parts that you can swap in and out basically. So you can pick a configuration and then you can build it that way. I already happen to have a YF-19 kit in my backlog that is an aircraft configuration only that doesn't transform. That's I think it was Hasegawa 148 scale, like significantly larger. That's more of like a traditional sort of like plane model, which I do want to build, but again requires painting and all of that. So I wanted to maybe sort of get used to the airbrush and maybe start with something like this. So what I'm going to be focusing on is the Batroid mode. I mean, as we go on, I'll probably end up building like the other bits as well, but I may or may not paint them. We'll see. So yeah, so basically, you know, it comes with, again, yeah, so these are the water slide decals that I picked up. These are extra, but they're basically matching. And then, you know, the original would have like a bunch of stickers and stuff. So, you know, standard affair really for like Gundam, or like Gunpla in general. It's a Bandai kit, so, you know. Let's see if I get a little bit organized. Okay. Also, yeah, let me know if the levels are okay. As usual, I have a very hard time judging, you know, whether the music is too loud or too quiet. Or if I'm too loud, or too quiet. But yeah, so you know, yeah, here we go. Maybe I should have been showing this, but basically the way that the transformation works, right, is that you would have, I think you keep the legs, I guess, and then you can take off the top of the body and just replace it with the like aircraft bits, right? So yeah, I think that's pretty much it, really. I'm going in mostly blind here. I wish I had been, you know, able to do a little bit more prep, but you know, it should be okay. So yeah, let's get started. I might as well change the category. I think there was is it the maker one? Makers and crafting is the one that people use. So yeah. Also, while we're at it, this and this. Okay. Cool. Sounds extremely Phantasy Star Online. I can probably tell you what it is. It might be. It's from a This is still a PlayStation jungle mix from Ryland Kirshanoff. But this is from 8th Escape, I think. No, not 8. Not Congestion. Linda Cube again. which I'm not familiar with. But yeah, the previous one was Ape Escape. But yeah, okay, let's see. I'm gonna take some of these out of bags and whatnot, but so I'm gonna need runners AC, D1, and E coming up. We got, and then that's followed by A, B, 1, C, and D2. I'm basically I basically need to open all of them. But yeah, it's an HG. It's just a standard like polycap affair. Got some got a PC runner in there. I think basically what I had in mind is got a little box. So I'm gonna be labeling them. Gonna be labeling the different compartments and just throwing the cleaned up parts in there. I've got in terms of like the actual prep, I think I'm probably just gonna be using nippers. I guess the like proper way of doing it would be to kind of like cut pretty far away from the part and then sand it down. But because I'm gonna be painting it, I don't really care about white marks and stuff. So the idea is that regardless of how good your nipper is, if you cut really close to the part, you might end up causing sort of like tension marks and stuff, or like stress marks. So the plastic itself will kind of like whiten, and that doesn't look great if you don't paint it. For this, it probably won't make a difference. So it's less time consuming than having to just like sand everything down and whatnot. Plus I've got my trusty god hand, which should be pretty good anyway. Yeah, I do also have the sort of like little Gundam base kit, courtesy of friend of the show, Joe. Thank you. They went to Japan. They brought these back as a souvenir. Did I need E? Yes. Oh yeah. Hopefully this is like visible and everything. I'm still kind of I'm still kind of debating whether this is the best way to go about sort of doing hand cam stuff, because I think I might have discussed this before, but the way that the way that this monitor works, it either accepts 4:3 480p video feeds, or 720p in a 16:9 format, which basically means that I can get higher resolution at the expense of sacrificing some of the screen size, right? So because that would be letterboxed, the 720 stuff. So it might give you a little bit more clarity on the details, but then it would also make it smaller. So I'm not sure if it would actually help. But yeah, I'm gonna do my best to kind of like keep everything in focus. I think that exposure level might work better. Yeah. But yeah, I think in terms of like the focusing range, I think the lens did help. It's a little bit more it's a little bit softer maybe, especially around the edges. You can see a bit of fringing, but because I'm cropping this from a 16:9 webcam as well, that's not too much of an issue, I don't think. Okay, so we need A and C. This is going to be a mess. I don't I have pretty limited space to work with here, but you know, we'll manage. Okay, so I've got A and C. I'm gonna hang on to I need D1 and E as well. Got 2 E's. Put the PC aside. And then put the E as well. So, but yeah, I don't know. I guess this is kind of like where the you know, like the build proper starts. It may not be like super engaging, you know, but like happy to chat. Let me know what you guys have done for your weekends. Oh, here we go. Finish the project? Hell yeah. Nice, nice. C20. No, C6. Yeah. Honestly, I miss being able to chill. To just chill over the weekend. It's been such a hectic couple weeks. Yeah, I desperately need it. I'm tempted to just like take some days off. You know, just like fuck it. E1. Oh yeah, bang face. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you know, like I don't regret it. It's a lot of fun and everything, but there's a point where like everything just kind of like catches up to you. Okay, all right. So we got D7, E2. It's like this like antenna kind of thing. All that raving, yeah. Which, like, to be fair, I think I managed to get pretty decent sleep despite everything, because at least, you know, there wasn't the expectation that you also have to like get up early, right? So even though you know we were going to sleep at like 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. or whatever, you know, you can just roll out of bed at noon and everything is okay. So. Okay, so I can already tell that one of these is going to need a sticker because it goes behind the visor. So I think I'm gonna put some of the parts together and then sort of like leave it like that. Oh, I also have a little thingy for all the knobs. I think some people I think Tsukimi has like an entire it kind of looks like a glass just full of them. I don't know if I have the patience to just like hang on to them for as long, you know. But yeah, it would be a fun thing to do though. Like if you you know, as you build a bunch of stuff over the years, you know, start collecting them. And have like a you know, bunch of knobs to look back on. Yeah, so basically this is the one of the sides of the head. And then we have the sort of like also, yeah, if the framing is weird, let me know at any point, because I'm trying to kind of like keep it in a set up in a way where you can see what I'm doing, but might be a bit tricky. Yeah, so basically we have like half the head, and then we've got this kind of like goes in there. And then this is the antenna that goes through there. There will be then the face goes on. I guess I'll probably show you. I don't know if that might not be in focus. But yeah, so basically you can pick the color of the visor, or like what's behind the visor, I guess. Yeah, there's a little sticker sheet, so you can basically pick like either the green one or the blue one. Which that I might actually use. I mean, that probably won't benefit necessarily from that might not benefit from painting all that much, because it will be behind the clear plastic bit, I think. It didn't tell me that I need unless A. Oh yeah, here we go. So the A runner, this one has a couple clear parts. So that green visor is the one that will then go on top. E1. Cool. But yeah, honestly, just to go back to the topic of the kino, right? Big shout out to the Forbidden Worlds crew. Like, it's one of those things where they have such a good selection always that you can, even if you don't know the movie, even if you have never heard of it, you can trust them. Like, I trust them blindly to just pick incredible stuff. Hold on. I think that might be a little bit better. We'll see. Like, because like when you're dealing with, I forget how many movies this is. I didn't count. But if it's like 18, 19 movies, something like that, you likely haven't seen all of them. But it's like the kind of stuff where you can just go there, spend the day, show up to screening, and then they just give you a like quick 5-minute intro, and they just sell you on it completely, or you watch the movie and it's like, some great obscure stuff that you otherwise wouldn't have watched at all. Like they have I'm just looking at it here. Like, there were a couple of sort of like more obscure titles. I hadn't seen Dolls, which is like, it's an 80s horror movie called Dolls, so you can kind of like imagine what it's about. But it was genuinely like pretty good. Like it's this thing about yeah, I'm doing my best to remember not to cut not to cut clear plastic bits with the god hand. I think that's not about Jim Morrison. Dolls. No, so it's the idea is that it's a group of travelers get stuck. You know, their cars get stuck in the mud, and they come across this sort of like old like townhouse where a very old doll maker and his wife live, and they spend the night and you know, basically get murdered by you know, a bunch of dolls. They're like animated dolls, right? Which, you know, yeah. Oh, dolls. No. Oh, not doors. No. No, sorry. No. I was a bit confused. I didn't want to ask like what the connection was. No, you're fine. You're fine. I was like, I don't know. Maybe she knows something I don't. What the connection between the doors and dolls is, you know, but like stuff like that. They had on the Saturday they showed Amsterdam, which I also hadn't heard about, and it's like an incredibly funny movie. It's like this action comedy adventure, like procedural slasher film set in Amsterdam, where a scuba diver, a serial killer is on the loose and is just killing like all sorts of people and dragging them into the canals and whatnot. And it's the most Dutch thing. Like, there are discussions. I think Hagelslag comes up, which is you might be familiar with. Is the Dutch tradition, or like Dutch meal, that is basically just a slice of white bread with butter and then covered in chocolate sprinkles, or like sprinkles, you know? It's kind of like the Australian fairy bread, but just chocolate. There's a scene where the main character and his partner, you know, the two cops sit down at the canteen to have lunch, and they each have a giant like pint glass of milk with their lunch. Which I have on good authority is also a very Dutch thing to do. I don't know. It's just all sorts of stuff like that. So, you know, shout out. Okay, let me just double check that I have all the parts for this. So essentially, this is like the inner core of the head. I'm gonna have one side got the antenna bit. Then we have the face and the visor. I guess, do I need the second side? It didn't say anything about the other half. I don't see it, but I might as well cut it out as well. But yeah, you know, like it's fun because, you know, a lot of the times you'll have like no idea what the movie's about, but you just show up, you know, and it turns out to be like an incredibly fun thing. And then yeah, of course, like you had like the big classics. So they were celebrating like classic special effects. So they had a couple people from, well, they had Ray Harryhausen's daughter, and like sort of like she's involved. They have a like a foundation where they basically have like a kind of like a museum, I guess, or like a collection where they try to maintain a lot of his work. You know, so we watched the Seventh Voyage of Sinbad. Practical effects are becoming such a lost art. Yeah, for real. Like, honestly, we watched so much cool stuff. Like, obviously, like the big classics. You know, so like we had the Seventh Voyage of Sinbad, which is Ray Harryhausen. We had King Kong, the original from 1933. That was incredible. And then I forget what the hold on. Because I think that was kind of like the transition, right? So it was like King Kong, the Seventh Voyage of Sinbad, and we finished with Starship Troopers, right? Which is like a Phil Tippett deal. So it was kind of like, you know, each in its own way, kind of like inspired by the previous one. It was kind of like the idea. So they had there were a couple of different sort of like threads or like different themes throughout the festival, where it was like this was one of them. The other one was a Michelle Yeoh celebration. So they had 3 Michelle Yeoh movies. So starting with Royal Warriors, onto the Heroic Trio, and then Police Story 3, which again also incredible film. That's the one with Jackie Chan. So yeah, like lots of fun stuff like that. And like honestly, if I can just say, like, Starship Troopers is just incredible. It's so fucking kino. I love it so much. I could like watch it daily, honestly. And like there is like a little bit of CG in there that is kind of iffy, right? This is from 97, yeah. So like, you know, it was still kind of like early days, but it's like fucking. I can count on maybe one hand the like number of shots where I was like, oh, you know, that actually kind of like pulled me out of the movie for a little bit, you know, where it's like the there's that like flamethrower bug that looks a bit meh. There are a few sort of like weird, not compositing, but like slightly weird like motion sort of like animation bits where like, I don't know, maybe like Carmen gets in the shuttle and like as it fires, you know, as it like takes off, it's like a you know, it's like a bit jarring and whatnot. But like overall, like the models they use, the compositing, and just like, I don't know, like the whole thing is just like, it's chef's kiss. It's like fun, like genuinely, truly like the last great, you know, or one of the last great sort of like practical effects movies. It was so good. It was so good. Okay, let me. I was originally going to label these by. Runner, but I realized that it's probably best to do it by step. So I think I'm gonna say that one is 01. Come on. 011. I have another one of these boxes, but if I run out of space, well, I'll have to figure something out. But yeah, I'll just drop these in there. I think these are still like relatively identifiable. I might have to just start separating them if there are like weird pieces that are kind of you know, easy to confuse and whatnot. Okay. So we have still need a got B1, which I think. But yeah, like genuinely, I don't know, like. Also, I guess, yeah. So the other thing that they've been doing, and they have a YouTube channel, so you can actually like go and watch them if you're interested, for Forbidden Worlds. But basically, what they've been doing as well is, you know, because they've got like some connections in the film industry, you know, like with distributors and whatnot, and so one of the things they do is they'll reach out to you know, the various directors, people who like actors or people who have worked on these films, to kind of like see if they would like to record an intro and stuff, so that they can play it ahead of the movie. And you know, so you end up with like, I think James Cameron recorded one for Terminator. you know, they had Phil Tippett on what's it called, Starship Troopers, you know. And it's like sometimes you end up with like these kind of like funny situations where like Phil Tippett was like, you know, talking about sort of like that last era of special effects, and he was like, you know, talking about Jurassic Park and his work on that, and you know, that sort of like leading into Starship Troopers, and about how like those basically were the two sort of standout the last movies before everything. I think he said, he used the expression, everything went to the shitter, you know. Where like, you know, there were some like early successes with CG, and then that very quickly was followed by just like the absolute worst fucking CG possible. So he seemed very salty about it. He was like, I don't remember exactly what he said or how he said it, but it was like, you know, kind of like, you know, I wonder what, you know, I don't remember how he said it, but he basically said, you know, that was like in part thanks to me, you know. It was just like kind of came off kind of smug, but like, you know, honestly, like if you're that good at your craft, you might as well, you know, take credit for it. Because like, you know, for those who aren't necessarily familiar with his work, Phil Tippett is a special effects legend. Like if you can think of like an iconic stop motion scene from the 80s, you know, or like maybe even a little bit, you know, before or after, like chances are that he did it. Like I think he made the AT-ATs in Empire Strikes Back. I forget if he worked on the AT-STs, but you know, like the ED-209 and RoboCop, like all sorts of stuff. And so there's a funny story, because he was originally, you know, meant to work on the special effects for Jurassic Park. And basically what happened is that, because at that time they were, you know, was it ILM? I guess it would have been ILM. They were kind of developing their 3D CG tech in the background, right? And they had a couple like test shots where it was originally like Jurassic Park was originally, I think, was originally going to be stop motion, right? But then, you know, as the CG evolved in parallel, they had a couple test shots, you know, where they had a demo of I think it was like a T-Rex running something, you know, like running across a field in like broad daylight, and it, you know, they showed it to like Spielberg. Time to drive back to your apartment. Okay, cool. You know, but like, so they had like a couple test shots, right, of this like T-Rex running, and you know, they showed it to you know, to Phil, and he was like, you know, I'm out of a job, you know, like it was like so good, that it was just like very obvious all of a sudden that the days of like stop motion special effects were kind of like ending. But they kept him on as a sort of like a supervisor, like special effects supervisor or like consultant and stuff, because he had done work previously on you know, like I think it was it Prehistoric Beast or something it was called. It was like a short film that they also showed at the festival just before Starship Troopers. But it was basically like this stop motion short film, you know, where it's like a Triceratops running, or like fighting a T-Rex or something, that he had worked on like 10-12 years prior, so back in the 80s. and yeah, and so they basically they kept him on, which kind of like resulted in this really funny meme. You know, that kind of like because he appears in the credits as a dinosaur supervisor or something, which, you know, was like you had one job or whatever the fuck, which you might have seen that meme without realizing who Filterbit was. But, you know, he's not just like some random dude. You know. Okay. I'm trying to identify what this part is. I think... Let's see. Because there are some red parts that I think the idea is that you can kind of see them as well. Yeah. Okay. So there is a little bit of color separation. So again, for these ones, I think I'm probably just gonna have to just kind of gonna have to keep them separate. I don't know. We'll see if, because that, I mean, like color separation and like the fact that each part that is a different color is you know, like a different kind of plastic is otherwise a very good thing, because it looks great if you don't paint it, but it's kind of a pain because if you do paint it, because that means that you can, you know, unless you go through the trouble of like masking everything after the fact and whatnot, you're probably just better off like painting them separately. But, you know, we'll see. So I also have B15. But yeah, I don't know what else was there. I'm just like kind of like thinking of all the various bits. Oh yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, like the Michelle Yeoh stuff was also a lot of fun. Honestly. I had no idea what the heroic trio was going into it, and I still don't understand it. But, you know, it was a fun experience watching it. It's basically like a you know, so we watched the programming included a lot of like Hong Kong action stuff. So you know, like as part of Michelle Yeoh's the Michelle Yeoh celebration, but also as part of like various anniversaries that were coming up. So we watched The Way of the Dragon, which I guess is like the, what is that, 50th anniversary of it coming out, basically. What am I looking to see? But yeah, so one of the movies that we watched was The Heroic Trio, which is a Hong Kong action film from 1993 that is basically I guess it's kind of like a superhero movie ultimately, but it was like it was just so incredibly baffling. there was just like there was so many just like weird decisions made, and like the setting was really interesting in the sense that it was like it like the world building was kind of like, it kind of looked like a I don't even know, like a post-apocalyptic sort of like or like modern like sci-fi kind of thing, right? Where a lot of the scenes were set in this kind of hospital basically, but the hospital looked like some weird fucking industrial building, you know, with like lots of exposed concrete, and it basically looked like it had been kind of like, I don't know, like I would describe it maybe as like a crisis response, you know, like emergency response kind of thing, where like you have to come up with like a makeshift hospital in like a gym or something, right? So you pull up like some temporary walls and stuff. But that was just like the hospital, and at no point was it addressed why it looked like that. You know, it had like basically like these various like superhero characters doing all sorts of shit. There's like lots of drama about you know, like long lost sisters who trained under the same master, but then the master, you know, became evil, and you know, they had to defeat him. I don't know, it's just like absolutely just genuinely baffling. Like, I don't know. maybe if you look up the plot you know, after the fact, you can kind of like work out what it is, or like what it, you know, but like it genuinely just so difficult to follow sometimes. Things would just like happen, like you just had to kind of, you know, suspend your disbelief and just go on with it. D123. What do you mean? Oh, D2. Oh. Oh, here we go. But yeah, I mean, like that ultimately applied. I mean, a lot of that sort of like silly action applied to a lot of the movies in general. Like, we watched Royal Warriors as well, in which, I forget the other guy's name. He's the guy who played. I might just need to look it up. It was basically like a trio. So it included it was Michelle Yeoh, Michael Wong, I think, and then the there's a Japanese martial artist as well, who was most recently was in John Wick 4. Hiroyuki Sanada was Shimazu in the new John Wick, and so he plays like an Interpol agent, like former cop. Michael Wong plays just an incredible himbo, like Hong Kong police. And then Michelle Yeoh, I think, is also Hong Kong police, is the idea. No. He's he's an air marshal basically, but then he kind of like tags along. And it's kind of like this, like, you know, silly action movie. Yeah, it's always fun to watch those, you know, in a big sort of theater and stuff, because you kind of like get to see everyone's reactions, or like, you know, hear them. Like I had seen, you know, at this point I've seen Starship Troopers like a million times, but it's always funny to see like people's first reactions to it, because there are some bits that just throw you off completely, you know, where it's just like, or like, you know, don't throw you off, but like they're just so heavy-handed, or just like so over the top and so silly ultimately, that it's just like, it's kind of like I can't believe they literally just done that, you know, kind of reaction. Like when fucking Carl, you know, Neil Patrick Harris shows up in a in what is basically an SS uniform. I think everyone just lost their shit. You know, like, because like that's the kind of stuff where, like, you know, if someone tells you, you know, going into it, it's just like, oh yeah, you should watch Starship Troopers because it's a you know, it's a fun like action sort of like slasher film, right? That is also a like a satire of fascist society or something. You're like, oh, okay, cool. I can kind of like imagine what that might be like. but then it just goes so heavy with some of it. You know, it's just like so explicit. Okay, so the idea for these bits, right? We've got this red bit and the black bit. So the idea is they would go on top, right? So you might be able to see that there's like a little, you know, there are going to be two, there's sort of like a dark gray and a red bit that go in between the, what is that? Yeah, so you would have like one bit that goes on top like this, and then there's another bit that goes underneath, I think, like so. Which is cool. Looks pretty good, but again, because I'm painting everything, I think that might just have to stay as is for now. Yeah, that one has a sticker on it as well, which I think I forgot to check. I do need to have a look through the water slides to make sure that everything is you know, that everything is included. Because I'm not sure if this is yeah, no, never mind. Yeah, I'm just looking at it. It is an official Bamco water slide set, so should be okay. Okay, next step. We have A, D1, D2, E, and we're gonna start picking some polycaps out as well. So, which those I'll probably skip for now. So those are the bits for the joints. What is this? Hold on. I'm curious. London said Ante done. I have no idea what this is. Oh no, it might be Arrow Wars? Arrow Wars. Oh. Oh, okay. So this is like a it's like a parody of like what is it, like, not Advanced Wars, but whatever the like predecessor to that was. Okay. Okay, cool. All right. So we have A, D1, D2. And E. Okay, cool. But yeah. Also, I realized I'm a bit scatterbrained. I forgot to talk about the schedule early on. I maybe I should have discussed that as part of the sort of like the intro bit. But I for the first time I finally managed to make a schedule, a proper sort of like weekly thing with like graphics and everything. It's very much like a sort of graphic design is my passion kind of deal. Much like, you know, a lot of the graphics involved in this stream, you know, like it's kind of, I guess it's kind of minimalistic, so it kind of works because of that. But like ultimately, you know, I'm not a graphic designer, so you know, it's kind of like very very primitive, very basic stuff that I just throw together in like GIMP or whatever, or Glimpse. But yeah, so I've got a couple of things planned for this week. I mean, so this is the first one, obviously. But then I picked up. I can probably show you. I've got an Edgicon. Finally. So this is like a third-party like Namco controller for various racing games and all sorts of stuff. So the idea is that it kind of works like a PlayStation standard like DualShock kind of affair, but the analog axes have been remapped. So we've got like this 1 and 2 buttons. These are analog. I think this trigger is analog as well. This one is digital, so this one clicks, and then you have like this twist, spring-loaded twist mechanism. Where controllers are the coolest. I love it. It feels so much better than I thought it would. I don't know how well it will translate, you know, like whether it will actually be a game changer for like racing games, you know, but I'm excited to test it out. So there's a list of compatible games for it. I think it includes Wipeout 1, 2, and 3, most of the Ridge Racer games, stuff like that. So I figured I might as well just give it a go. I think we might. I still need to sort of set it up. So, you know, I am fairly confident that I can get it to work. Otherwise, I might have to work something out with real hardware, which, you know, might be a little bit trickier, but we'll see. You know, but I think it might be cool to play a bit of Wipeout with it. But yeah, I think they had another one called the JogCon. That was, I think, explicitly for Ridge Racer, which basically has like a steering wheel in the middle. So the idea is that you would use your thumb to kind of like rotate it. I don't have one of those yet, but we'll see. We'll see if this works out, and you know, the Negicon is actually proves to be incredible. I might just end up picking up a JogCon as well, so that I can do some Ridge Races streams. D115, D215. Real bummed Capcom didn't re-release Chainsaw Controller. Oh. Yeah, honestly. Okay. This one has a flat edge, so I think I might still need to I'll probably end up cleaning up some of these a little bit further. With some sandpaper, but I think for the time being I'm just gonna get them as clean as possible. Thankfully, these are sort of straight edges mostly, so you know shouldn't be too difficult. Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, so these are the shoulder bits. I think this is one of those situations where I will need to start separating them. I think these two are identical. They don't seem to be sort of symmetric. So that's good to know, because let's see. So that's 013A. And then yeah, I mean, like typically, I guess they would have a note on them just to say, you know, oh, be careful, don't confuse them, or like you can kind of like tell them apart enough, but just for the sake of my sanity, you know, and we're gonna keep them as separate as possible. D2 17. D2 12. Oh god. Sorry about that. I might have muted twice. I just swallowed weirdly. I don't know. Maybe I muted at the right time. Maybe I just unmuted just so that you can hear me cough. If so, apologies. Welcome. Thank you for the follow, Astro Muffin. Oh, sorry about that. Right. I thought there would be... Are there like two of these? Yeah, I don't know. Where else would I have put? So basically, I'm a bit confused at the moment. Because it basically says, let's see if I can show you. So we're working on these bits, right, for the shoulders. And then we have this piece here is E1, and then for basically the two sides, it tells you it's either D1 or D2. So D2 in brackets is the, you know, whichever side it is. And for E1, I guess you just have two of these, but then I can't seem to find it. I thought I had it's like E1 goes there, right? That's E2, which in theory I have already used. And I'm looking at this and I don't see another one. Oh, wait. Oh, it's because they're common. Okay, never mind. There's a second E1. There's a separate E runner. Of course. Yeah. So okay, that explains things. So there are two E runners and there are two D runners, but because the D parts are the ones that are handed, basically. So there's a right hand side and a left hand side. Those are separate, or they have different identifiers. So basically, again, I think this is I can already tell that this is going to be a running theme of like you know, even in sort of like relatively simple assemblies, I think I'm probably gonna have to end up keeping separate, because the way that this would work, right, is that you have like these bits that fit in together, and then this goes over there. So like, you know, there are a couple like focus, I don't know. So there are a couple like a dark gray sort of like vents. I don't know, maybe I can just bring it in closer, and then yeah, right. So as you know, it's going to be a bit of a pain, because you know you gotta paint all the small parts separately as well, But yeah, for anyone who's coming in, basically I'm just doing the prep for now. My intention for this kit is to paint it. So, and because I don't have a paint booth that I can stream, I think I'm putting the parts aside so that I can then paint them off stream and then come back and we can do the final assembly or something. Yeah. Some of these are going to be a bit tricky to decide what to do with, because these could benefit from me putting them together first and then removing the seam lines, which is, you know, if I weren't, you know, if I didn't paint these, that's what I would be doing, because it's much easier to send, you know, put them together and then send them off in a way that they match, rather than send them on you know, send each side separately, and then when you put them together they just don't fit properly. So I think I might still need to do that. I think maybe this is just a case of having to just mask these and then just paint it separately, or like, you know, paint it in 2 steps. I think I'll you know, I'll decide that eventually. A16. So I have 2 of these. Yeah, so these go on the outside as well. It's always a bit nerve-wracking. Well, I mean, not nerve-wracking, but I do my best to keep to take good care of the tools, right? And like the God Hand is expensive enough that you just have to be really kind of careful with it, because the blade itself is pretty brittle. They advise you not to touch it, so that you don't get grease on it and doesn't rust and stuff like that. So it's always like, whenever there's like something stuck to it, it's just like, I want to touch it, but I can't, Okay, so, yeah. So basically this would then, this bit here would then essentially slot into, the side of the shoulder. 18. Same in red. So this is the similar theme. I wonder if I might just be able to show you on a picture. I don't know. Let's see if I can grab the box. Yeah, so it's this bit here, right? So there's like like you've got like the standard sort of like tan color, and then you've got like these two streaks of like dark gray and red. Yeah, that was the bit that we were looking at earlier. It's a bit hard to see. Yeah, so that was the bit that we were working on first. Where you've got like these like red and gray bits. God, I don't know what I just did. I managed to swallow in a really weird way, and now my voice is all raspy. Or my throat is, rather. Okay, right. Yeah, so we have these two in red. Should have brought like a toothpick or something. I don't know if I... No, never mind. Okay, so we got 18, E4. Okay, I'm curious to see if this pays off. Like, I know, you know, obviously, when it comes to all the promo material and all the professional builds and everything, right? Like, it's pretty much a given that whatever product shot that you look at will have been professionally painted and everything. And I know that ultimately, you know, the ceiling is much higher in terms of like how good it looks. But I wonder if I'll be able to make it look good enough, or like, you know, or like significantly better than if I had just built it and then maybe clear coated it. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Cause it, I mean, you know, yeah, we'll see. We'll see if like all the pain pays off. You know, if it's worth the hassle. Because there are, I mean, I can already tell you that there are bits where, like, you know, previously when I have built Gunpla and stuff, you know, a lot of the fun, you know, like the satisfaction is like actually building it as you go, and like, you know, there are bits where it says, you know, oh, you know, it's gonna click here, and it's like, you know, very satisfying and stuff. Which, you know, it's a bit lost when you're just doing it, you know, like this, and then setting everything aside so that you can eventually maybe do it like a few days later or something. Okay, so I said I would skip the polycats for now, because that will mainly come in handy for assembly. But I do have D1 and D2 14. Okay, alright. Quick pause here while I identify. Hold on. So this was... okay, so this is 2. Okay. And then this one that I just cut out was... also D2. Okay, cool. I'm trying to make sure, because I, you know, now that I have started separating them by side, it would be really annoying if I managed to sort of like mix them up so that I have some of the left hand side parts along with like some of the right hand side, left hand alongside with some of the right hand side ones. I also realized I forgot to do these. So we had 12 and 17. Yeah. Yeah, so really, what I should have put on the label is this one will be This one will be D1. And this one is D2. Also, I'm I just looked at the time and I realized that I have made virtually no progress. Like, you know, I've done like a page's worth. So, been streaming for coming almost 2 hours now, which, you know, that's fine. I'm just thinking that maybe as soon as I finish this page, might take a quick break from this and open the wee-wees. Okay. Which is actually now. I'm pretty much done, I think. Oh, sorry, I missed it. Oh no, okay, that's just now. I mean, that was my art streams. It's slow until it's not, and then it's off to it. Yeah. I mean, it's okay. I don't, you know. Like, I feel like the most engaging part of like all of these streams is not necessarily the like building process, you know, or like, I mean, sure, it is in part, but like, it's the chatting alongside it, you know, that kind of like that is fun. Okay, right. Let me just make a bit of room. So I'm gonna find. Let me see if I can find like an alternative soundtrack for this. I might need to. I don't have a playlist. Is there a playlist? itemLabel. Because you know, we were talking about itemLabel earlier, and like one of the things that they do is that their like social media presence is very cool. So they'll have like, you know, really wacky you know, like TikToks and things like that, or like YouTube shorts. You know, they have like themes for the various characters and all sorts of. Oh wait, not zoom. Yeah, it's just kind of hazy. I guess it looks decent on the monitor because it's low enough resolution, but I'm looking at the preview here and it's still just kind of like blurry. I guess that's part for the course. But yeah, so they basically have like their TikToks are actually really fun. Yeah, they're like really fucking good. And yeah, so basically you know, they'll have like, I guess kind of almost like in-universe like themes for them, you know, where they're kind of like talking about their like I don't know, like their backstory or their profiles, right? So like PB has a theme, and there's like you know, there are songs about like talking about how PP is a criminal, stuff like that, or what was the other one? Was Dinkle? Dinkle is the one that is a canonically a chiptune artist, I think. So anyway, all right, okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, I was meant to look for a playlist. Dinkle, yes. Playlist. They have a playlist called Cool Videos. But I suspect that this is going to be more than just the themes. We'll see. You know what? I'll just play them separately, and if you know, if one of them ends, I'll just play the next one. Because I don't know if there's a specific selection of like itemLabel themes, but you know, let's start off with itemLabel's theme. All right, okay. Hopefully that's not too loud. We'll see. It's very loud on my part, or on my side, but it down a little bit. Oh god, okay. Alright, okay, are we ready then? Oh god, that is really loud. Hold on. Okay. Let's just... Yeah, I was gonna suggest... Yeah, I've turned it down in the video itself, and then I'm just gonna mess with the levels a little bit on the side, but... Okay, alright, so... yeah, so basically, we've got 4 wee-wees to open today. There are seven possible potential wee-wees that we might be getting, so I'll show you. They're here on the back. We've got B-wee, is the yellow one. We've got Purple Fuzz, right? It's purple and fuzzy. We've got Tomato. We've got Strawberry. There's a rare Silver PP. There's a secret rare PP that isn't even pictured here. And then we have Fertilizer. So, yeah. We'll see what you know, what new friends we'll make today. I also have a Vinyl PP, which could also be, I don't know if there's a... This one doesn't have a description. It just says, there is one inside. Inside there is one of 6 random design PP vinyl toys. The rarity of each variant is equal. A card is also included. In 1945, an avocado-shaped object crash-landed on a ranch near Trinity Nuclear Test Site in Mexico, USA. That's the that's the intro that you get. Should we start with the wee-wees then, and then maybe do the vinyl PP last? I don't know if there's... Is there any point... Do we want to do like a Gamba? Now that I think of it. Before... Hold on. Oh, Sucklet. Hold on. I never actually set up a Gamba, so I have no idea how that works. But if you bear with me, I can maybe just run a quick one. Edit layout? Is there like a specific one? Predictions. Okay. Yes. What do we wanna the Gamba to be? Will I get a Fertilizer or will I get a rare? Okay, let's see. Will we get a rare PP? Or a rare wee-wee? I'm gonna run it for like 1 minute. I don't know. That might still be too much. I don't know how many people are here or you know want to participate, but let's go for it. You know, who knows? It's your opportunity to make like a handful of points. And then I think in that case, while that's running, I think I'm just gonna open the PP. Okay, well. Oh shit, 5k on yes? Alright, okay, well. This might very well be the greatest transfer of wealth in the history of this channel. Okay, hold on. Was that you, Ashley? Can I see that? Yeah, Ashley? Okay, you believe. Okay, Ashley believes. Eye roller. Hold on. Okay, alright. Is it double bagged? I think there might be a bag for the for the PP. Okay. Oh, here we go. So we got Cloud P. Yeah, I know. I see it. Okay. So I mean that kind of spoiled it, you know. Don't have to open the bag to find out what's inside it, but let's read it. We got Cloud P, who is just a blue PP that painted clouds on itself. Don't give it likes. Strength, creativity, wisdom, mom quotes, psychic, rain summoning, weakness, real world. That is so true. That is so true. I mean, the real world is also my weakness. Oh, Doom, you have returned a bag for the PP. That's right. You might just have missed the Gamba. We basically have it's a 1v1. Someone voted that we won't have a rare Wee, and Ashley bet 5,000 channel points on or scan lines on the fact that we will. It is spelled PP. Yes, that's what I said. It's PP. Oh, I see. Yes, Doom. It's spelled PP. Please. Okay. All right. 5,000 down on the Wee. I don't have scissors. Maybe that would have been easier with scissors. It does have like the little like tear marks, but I'm really struggling with it. Hold on. This is like a classic sort of like maybe I should have picked up one of those like EDC sort of like giant knives that people do unboxings with. Anyway, so here we go. That's a friend. It's just a blue PP that painted clouds on itself. Don't give it likes. I'm gonna leave him there. Yeah, open it with a game bar. Right, okay. Yeah. Oh, actually, I can. Oh, Toby. Hi. I can see. I just peeped the. I just had a quick look at who the other prediction was. Okay. Are we ready? We're doing first wee of the day. And that's a tomato wee. Very orange looking for a tomato. But there we go. I don't think these have any stats or anything. It's just like a tomato fella. Hi Toby, welcome in. It wasn't like I didn't mean to like, expose you or like draw you out. It's totally cool if you're just lurking or whatever. Okay. Right. Are we ready for the next one? That's another tomato wee. We got two of them. They're the tomato friends. That would be really funny. That would be really funny if I just got all tomatoes or something. Okay. They look like baby Furbies. They kind of do. Hold on. Let me just go to the. Let me just double check the. Hold on. I wonder if does Wee have a theme? I guess. Wee theme song. Night Wee is a song. Wee's First Crime is another song. Wee's Garden. Okay, all right. I'm gonna play this one next. Okay. Can I make this loop actually? This one might be a nice loop. There we go. Wee's First Crime. Yes. So again, so if I let me see if I can go to the website and then read out some of these backstories, because basically if you go on the, can I share this? I wonder if I can share it. I don't know if I have a window capture set up properly. They do have lore and they're mostly criminals. Okay, bear with me a second here. Window capture, yes. Okay, we'll see how this works out. It might be really difficult for you to read, but hopefully we can just throw it on there for a second. Okay. Okay, let's try this. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Hold on. Ignore that. Where did I put it? Oh, okay. All right. You saw nothing. I mean, it's fine. I don't think I don't think the creator dashboard has anything like super sensitive or that you can't see otherwise. But anyway, right. How is that looking? Hold on. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right. Yeah. So basically, the way the website is set up, right? So if you go to like say PP cow pattern, this is like the standard. This is the most famous PP. And it will say like, after committing a dangerous and disrespectful crime, PP is out on bail and ready to come to your house. Strength, grass eating. Wisdom, accounting. Psychic, missing time. Weakness, probe. Birthday, June 29th. So there you go. And then there's like a little blurb about how this is collective artwork and not a toy. Each PP may differ slightly in appearance. But that's part of the charm. So it says, wait, hold on. Each PP may differ slightly in appearance. The pattern will be slightly different, and your PP's face may be aligned slightly more or less off-center. It's okay, because it's very cute. PP is about 6 inches from beak to butt. Right? So that's PP. We've got Wee Wee here. These juvenile PPs have arrived just on the precipice of self-awareness. So far, they know 2 things: eating peanuts and sleeping. Aren't they cute? Whatever. We do not guarantee a specific design when ordering this product. Each bag contains a 2.8% chance of containing a silver wee wee, 19.4 chance of for each common variety, and 0.28 for a hidden rare. Maybe I should have read that out before the Gamba. Furbies after going through a Cronenberg the fly process, kind of, yeah. So there are like all sorts of like different ones, right? So you can get like Moon is another like secret, blind bag one. This is Dinkle, after putting aside his chiptune net label, Dinkle is ready to go solo in LA, featuring none other than his distinctive bell, round body, and notable tail. He's sure to be an addition to any household, probably. He really wants everyone to hear his bell. Have you heard his bell? So that's Dinkle. That's this guy. It's UFO. And yeah, don't adjust your sets. He is blurry in this picture. Yeah, it says not too sure what this is. Whenever we try to take a photo, it comes out weird. So I think even on like social media when they post pictures, that contain a UFO, a lot of the times it will just be blurred and stuff. I've definitely seen people post pictures like that. But then you've got like a bunch of different PPs. So this is like gray fuzzy PP. There's axolotl PP brackets axolotl. They all have different stats. Love the blue one. Oh, the fuzzy one? Yeah. So this is a gray fuzzy PP. His strength is gold, wisdom, fridge, psychic, pressure system, weakness, ice crystals, birthday, January 31st. So yeah, there you go. That's just a little guy. Yeah, oh yeah, sorry. Freezer burn P. Yeah, I didn't read that out. Yeah. I think you can, there are a few more. Yeah, the yellow clam Pee-wee, brackets clampy. So this wee-wee is kind of a slacker and hasn't really left the house for a while. They need to get a job and start saving up, but they can't find one anywhere. They still throw tantrums all the time, collect trading cards, and play gacha games. I'm sick of this crap. So, you know, that's fun. Yeah, I was trying to find. Is corn pea no longer available? Would be a shame. Oh, there we go. Yeah, corn dog pee. Corn pea. Strength toppings, wisdom value, psychic remote smelling, weakness burger, birthday August 31st. I love remote smelling. Like if you ask me, all smelling is remote. Experiencing so many emotions. Yeah. I love him. I wanted to get a corn pea, but you know, unavailable unfortunately. They do come back in stock eventually, I think. They just like kind of made in like small batches. They feel like Dark Sanrio. Yeah. That sounds about right. But yeah. So this is the here are some of the vinyl PPs that you can get. There's a pink pea. That one's just Oh, this is the like yellow one. This is the silver one. So yeah. Anyway. Okay, right. With that out of the way, you know, I feel like that's a nice introduction to the lore, I guess, of itemLabel and Wee. Let's get back into it because we still have two of these guys to open. So let's go. Number 3. Oh, look at that. Okay. That's yeah. What were the odds? I'll work this out eventually. I think it said like 28% or something. Tomato sweep. God. I mean, you know, if the tomato wee-wees misbehave. Okay, this is funny, but now I'm nervous for my channel points. You know, maybe I should have said how likely a rare was. I feel bad for your points. But yeah, like, because this is like. Oh, you knew the odds. Okay, well then in that case, it's all on you. But like, because like, what is that? 0.28. Is that fucking statistics? Because that's to the power of 3, right? I guess. So the odds would be like, this is like a 2% chance, unless I'm miscalculating. We had a 2% chance of getting 3 tomato wee-wees. All right, are we ready? Are we ready for the final one? The final and 4th wee-wee. An opportunity for Ashley to make an extra 10 channel points or lose 5,000. Oh, it's fertilizer. It's fertilizer for the tomatoes. Maybe I should have asked if maybe fertilizer should have been the the question. But yeah, there you go. There go fertilizer. I mean, you know, you can't grow tomatoes without fertilizer. Was that all of your points, Ashley? Please don't tell me that was all of your points. I have no points at this rate, so I'm thriving. Yeah. Oh, well, that's tragic. Okay, you're fine. Okay, all right. Well, in that case, congratulations, Toby, TBS Woody. Will we get a rare wee-wee? No. Complete prediction. I'm sorry. I do have a wee-wee garden. I have so many vegetable wee-wees. Okay, well there we go. I don't know if I can set them up in a way that they just don't get in the way. I was already struggling with space, so we'll see. We'll see what I can do about it. But yeah, okay. Yeah, exactly. Fertilizer to grow them with. This is the perfect. You know, Perfect setup. Okay. Can I make the PP? Okay. All right. That has been looping for a while now. Hopefully you're not all sick of the Night Night Wee Wee song. And I'm probably just gonna hit play on the one that we had previously. Which is now maybe levels are okay. Right. Yes, so that was that. I hope you enjoyed the that sort of item label intermission. And yeah, let's get back into our model building. All right. So we're moving on to the arms, which hopefully I think we might be sort of like getting to a point where, well, actually no, never mind. We'll see. I don't know enough about painting to know whether it's a good idea to build some of these things beforehand, because they might interfere with the movement if you paint them afterwards. But we'll find out. Because basically, so just so I don't know, you might be able to see it, but the idea is that the way that the joints are built is that you have sort of like the articulated bit, and then you have, you know, the arm sort of like frame that goes around it, you know, clips on from either side, which I guess should give you some rotation around sort of like that axle, which I don't know. I don't know what the other way of doing it is, because you could paint it, but then masking it would be a bit tricky. Or actually, no, never mind. I'm thinking that maybe the absolute best way of doing it is to put it together beforehand and then paint it, because that means that, you know, the... Okay, all right. Well, we'll find out if it's all the same color, which I think it is. I might just put it all together. And then maybe, I don't know, if someone who's experienced, you know, like, I left the nippers under one of the tomato wee-wees, and now it's all falling apart. Okay. But yeah, I don't know. If there is someone in here who is very experienced, you know, happens to be experienced with Gunpla and is an expert painter, please let me know. You know. Or, you know, point and laugh or whatever. We'll see if but yeah, I need E5 and 6. Yep. And then E7 and 8. Because basically for this kind of stuff, I guess the part of the challenge, I guess if you want to call it that, is that you know, it's kind of like working out what will be visible, or like what falls where on the completed build, and then making decisions based on that. So like this bit of the frame, or like the arm, it kind of looks like it's modeled to be visible, but then, you know, only small parts of it are going to be. So we'll see. Okay. So basically these two go together. And then... Did I cut out the other one? Hold on. 7 and 8. Did. Oh no, that's right there. Okay. So yeah, and then this basically clips on. I haven't been paying attention to which side is which, so bear with me a second. Okay, so this one has the thing poking out on the end, and then E6. I'm just gonna look at the other side. So E6 is the one with the hole. So the one that has the hole on this side. Okay, hold on. You might not be able to see it. So one of these has a hole on it. Basically, the way that this fits together is like so. Yeah. So that will probably need a bit of cleanup. I suspect that it's probably best to kind of paint it as is. So I might need to mask off the actual ball part of it. But I don't know. Maybe the paint won't get too much in the way. So, and then for this, I think this time around we have two separate steps for the two arms because they're not exactly symmetrical. One of them will have a shield. So I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna keep labeling it. That was 4, and I think that basically, you know, our ability to to assemble things kind of stops there because now we're back onto the these black parts, which would then clip on from either side. So we have A4 and A5. Oh, but yeah, another funny moment that I just remembered from Forbidden Worlds was the so one of the movies that we also watched because it was celebrating an anniversary was Cliffhanger from 1993. So it's the 30th anniversary of it. They basically one of the organizers just kind of gave us an intro about it, or at least, you know. He said that they were determined to show a Sylvester Stallone movie at the festival. And there are 2 movies that are celebrating anniversaries this year. One of them being Cliffhanger, the other one being Demolition Man, which also would have been a very, very solid choice. But then, you know, they were projecting these onto an IMAX screen, which kind of like... You kind of have to go with Cliffhanger for that one, which I don't know if many of you have seen it, but the gist of it is that there is a heist ongoing where basically I think it's like one of the guys is FBI. Basically, it's like an inside job kind of thing where they are transporting $100 million in like a set of cases, right? Via plane, and it's like in a denomination that cannot be traded easily. So there's like, you know, the mastermind has like these international connections, and he's able to move that money, whatever the fuck, right? And so the idea is that they are transporting it in a plane that eventually crashes in the mountains. And so our main character, our hero, is a climber and like rescue, you know, like a rescue guy who lost a friend. So the opening sequence of it is like this very dramatic scene, right, where he's like well, you know, like, I'm not gonna say, like, it's not spoilers really, because it happens in the first like couple minutes of the film, but you know, basically he feels he's responsible for the death of a friend, you know, and so it's like the kind of thing where like, oh, I've given up on, you know, on climbing because you know, I'm self-conscious and I feel like I could have done better or whatever the fuck, right? And so he eventually returns and he kind of like gets back into the whole thing, and he kind of like gets involved in this alongside with the girls, who dies, her boyfriend, you know, who also blames him, you know, for basically killing his girlfriend, you know, and they both end up sort of like mixed up in this scenario where they are being held hostage by the robbers, the bank robbers, and you know, they are being asked, you know, they're being forced to kind of like track down these cases of money that have fallen from you know, from the sky. And you know, very poor explanation of the plot, but you know, that's kind of like the idea, right? Sylvester Stallone, incredibly jacked in it. You know, this is like, I don't know if you might be able to say this was his peak, kind of like, I guess like towards like late 80s, early 90s probably. He looks very good in it. But anyway, the story that I wanted to tell, basically the point was that as part of some of the intros that they got from directors and actors, sort of like to introduce the films for the festival, they had a clip from the director. I think it was Rennie Harlan. Hopefully I'm not getting his name wrong. But it basically, it was like this video, right, where he was recording basically on set of a movie. So they had like a set built to look like Rome, but you know, it's kind of like this just like handheld video, right, of him just talking, and he's like, oh, I'm super excited, you know, I wish I could be there with you, and he's like sort of like breaking the fourth wall, I guess, of like, oh, I am so big now, you know, like looking around like he's on the big screen or whatever, and he like starts talking about like all of the things that went into filming this movie, and like the opening sequence, and like how they managed to do like all the special effects and all the logistics of like taking people up and down the mountain, you know, in helicopters, and how they dealt with the snow and all of this shit, right? And he's like, I'm gonna try to keep it short, right? You know, because if I start talking, I will just never finish. Like, I could talk about it for hours and hours and hours, right? And he just goes on this like, I looked it up afterwards because they uploaded it to YouTube, right? But at that point, we didn't have like a progress bar or anything. Like, we had no idea how long it would go on for. But he went on this like 15-minute tirade of this like rant where he was like constantly, he would be like, you know, oh, and this is the last thing that I'm going to say, and then he would have like a tangent, and then somehow like come up with some other topic, and he would just like chain these together. We were losing our minds. Everyone was laughing. I'll have to find, I don't know if I can, maybe I can link it. It was so funny. Like, I mean, you know, Hold on. Just an incredible guy, really, like, really funny. You know, but he was like talking about like all of the difficulties that they were facing and how like this was all before like you know, because this was all practical effects, this was all before CG, and so like you know, a lot of these like really dangerous looking shots were actually just done with like stunt people. Like there's the heist scene, or like when they're like trying to like steal these they're basically like suitcases, right? And the idea, or like the way they do it, is that they have a like 2 jets connected with a cable, and the idea is that they like, you know, slide down from one of them into the other. And it's like, you know, they just literally they just did that. They just, you know, they just had like a couple planes and they just hooked them together, and they you know, like just slung some people off of them. It's like insane. Hold on. But yeah, like I you know, here we go, festival. Yeah, Rennie Harlan, practical effects. Yeah, so I mean, you know, the effect of this will be slightly diminished because I already told you how long it was, and you can look at the video, right, and it will obviously tell you the runtime. But like, imagine just sitting through this, and just you know, expecting him to wrap up eventually. And to just go on a different tangent. Like, I don't know, just really funny. There's a point where like he's with his like you know, with his family, with his young wife, and like I think he said it was like a 9-year-old daughter or something, and like eventually the, you know, daughter gets a bit upset, so he like takes over the camera and just like, you know, because the lens is a bit long, he's like right up in his face. I don't know, just like really funny, like really charming, but you know. Anyway, but yeah, no, that was like unironically one of the highlights of the festival. Okay, so this one is meant to have a sticker as well, but I'm gonna skip that for now. Also, I haven't really mentioned it. You know, I often do. I think in terms of the audio quality and stuff. Like, if at any point I'm difficult to hear or something, or it cuts out or whatever, just let me know, because I realize that I'm kind of like moving my head around a bit, and I might not be talking right into the mic. I think it attenuates quite a bit if you're talking at it from the side or behind it, you know, from the back. But I'm still kind of like, I'm good. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is an interesting. I'm gonna need to do a bit of research on painting before I actually start with this, because it's a bit of a conundrum. You know, whether it's worth putting things together and then taking them apart, or you know, or painting them once assembled. Because like this is another one of those like set of pieces where like it would probably be much better to assemble it and then remove the seam line or something before painting, or well, not before painting. I don't know if it's better or not to do it before painting, but like, you know, if you were just building the kit without painting it, it would certainly be, you know, a good idea to put it together, make sure that the seam line is good, maybe sand it once it's all together, right? Because it might be a bit difficult to guarantee that everything is going to fit seamlessly. Like it's perfectly possible that there's also like a there are specific grades that are you know much more suited to painting than others. Okay, so I need C 921 and then 3 and 11. So we're onto the hands. Oh, this is like an either or thing, but I might as well just do both. So we have an open hand and a fist. But yeah, like maybe if you're building like one of the more complex, you know, like a perfect grade or some shit. One of the fancier kits, the separation is such that you don't necessarily have to rely on like panel lining matching up, or like, you know, seams matching up, because they look like distinct pieces. I don't know if that makes sense. But yeah, I mean, you know, because I guess typically, especially with like HG or like some of the like really entry level one, or maybe especially with older kits, like I think HGs have gotten really good in the last couple of years, where they have way more like color and like part separation than would have been expected back in the day. Like I remember, you know, I remember looking at like Tsukimi built one of the Virtualon kits, and was it like what's it pronounced? It's spelled in a very funny way in English, but it's like Garaka or something like that. You know, but it's like the kind of stuff where like it doesn't have enough parts, obviously, to like make sure that everything is super separated. Hold on. Oh, okay. Fuck. So this will be C21. You know, so it relies very heavily on either painting or decals. So especially there was I think there was a version, I forget if it was Fei Yen, yeah, that has like this one of the sort of like alternative color schemes where it's like this magical girl, but it's got like a very elaborate pattern on it, and like if you look at what the sheet looks like for that, the like, you know, all the water slides. It's fucking terrifying. Like, okay, all right. Rare opportunity to assemble two pieces in the hands because they're all the same color. But yeah, you know, like when it comes to like these sort of like simpler kits, it's always kind of like you have to. I mean, I guess you can kind of like do your research ahead of time or like look at a review or something. But if you're buying things way in advance, right, when maybe those reviews are not available, you just kind of have to take your chances and just assume that whenever you're looking at a product shot, they're lying to you. Right? You just have to assume that it's like professionally painted, and maybe that person spent like, you know, dozens of hours masking everything and making sure that it looks okay. But then if you try to assemble it without painting, it's just going to look, you know, very lame. Like, yeah, it's just bound to happen.
Isn't it terrific?
so this is the right arm. Yes.
That gets my heart pumping.
That's the arm. Yeah. And then of course, like, everything is made even worse by the fact that the water slides are often released separately, right? So you might get a kit. I think the aerial Gundam aerial was one of those where, like, you know, everyone is after the HD aerial. You know, it's like a very sought after kit. You can buy it, whatever. And then you might even be able to assemble it. But then if you want to do it properly and you want to get water slides for it, you just have to wait months, basically, because you only get stickers with it by default, which is a shame. Okay. Oh wait, hold on, I forgot about the fist. E3 and C11. Got a bit close that. Alright. Doing things a bit out of order, but I might as well just do the other hand as well. I'm trying to think if there was anything else that is like worth talking about the movies. Like, hold on. Have I already cut this out? I just Oh, there it is. Okay. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, like, you know, we're kind of like talking about, you know, like practical effects and stuff. But like, ultimately, that was the, for me, was the biggest sort of like theme, or the biggest thing of note. They're just like so many cool practical effects, you know. Like, I wouldn't necessarily, you know, I think the absolute best, you know, scenario or outcome is nowadays is if you can combine practical effects with CG, because like obviously, you know, there are some things that if you do it fully practical or like, you know, fully analog, there are bound to be some issues with it. But like, because like I think the what am I even trying to say? You know, I think if you had something like Starship Troopers, a mix of the two with an emphasis on practical, yes, absolutely. Like, I'm just thinking of like, you know, like the specific sequences in like Starship Troopers where they used a lot of models and like they probably did use a bit of like CG as well for cleanup and stuff, but you can definitely still see some of the like outlines on things, right? If they had like portholes or like windows on the various ships, you know, you might be able to see sort of like the I don't know if it would have been chroma at the time, or maybe it was just like kind of like matted out and stuff, but you can definitely see like an outline, you know, where like the you know, spaces, and the way it is now where it's majority CG just is no better. Yeah, like it's very difficult to get it right. But yeah, like honestly, just like seeing that scene where like just a Starship Trooper. Oh hell yeah. Yeah. Honestly, like, I mean, it feels, I don't know, I might be, the effects hold up really well. Yes. No, I mentioned it earlier that like I can count maybe on like a hand, you know. It was really just like a handful of shots where it looks a bit odd, like you know, the CG shots of the flamethrower bug and the brain bug later on look a bit dated, and there are a few bits where like the motion is unnatural enough to kind of like throw you off. Like I'm thinking of like where Johnny and Carmen say goodbye to each other at the like whatever that is, like spaceport or whatever, like airport thing, right? And Carmen gets in like this shuttle, you know, the doors close and she's looking at Rico as like the shuttle just blasts off, and like that animation I think has like some weird compositing going on with it, or like well, it's maybe not the compositing, but it's like the motion is kind of jarring. Like that one stood out to me. But then like beyond that, it's just like really good, really fucking good. Like I was fucking, you know, like literal tears in my eyes when they get in that little shuttle. There's that scene where Carmen goes on to she has that test where she's piloting the Roger Young, and you know, like some cadet show up. And they're like, oh, you know, let's go, whatever. And then, oh, I'll race you to the shuttle, because like whoever gets there first gets to pilot it or whatever. And then they all get in this little like shuttle, and they like fly around, and she's like looping in and out, and it's like, you know, fucking Star Wars, you know, like Empire Strikes Back level, or not Empire Strikes Back, you know, Return of the Jedi kind of like, you know, flying around on the inside of a ship levels thing. And it just looks so fucking good. It's so good. You know? Right. But yeah, just absolutely stunning model work, you know? Really good compositing as well. And like really good puppets too. Like, you know, even like the bugs themselves look pretty good too. Like even from like those scenes where they have like millions of them on screen, basically, even those look pretty good. Which I don't know if that's just like, you know, that's just compositing. I don't think that was CG. I don't think that was all computer generated. I think they basically had just like a bunch of like you know, puppets, or like, you know, they would record multiple scenes and then they just stick them together. Remember when I was a kid, I got a diecast model of my diecast model kit. I don't know if it was Gunpla, I don't know if it was trademark, but of Death Sight. Oh, Gunpla is just okay. So, so in Japanese, you know, the plumber abbreviation is just abbreviation of plastic model. So that's plastic model kits. That could be anything. It could be robots. It could be like planes or whatever. And then the more specific version of Gunpla is just Gundam plastic. So Gundam plastic models. It's just shorthand, really. It's not. I don't think it's a trademark. But yeah, of Death Sight, my favorite from Gundam Wing. It broke because I insisted on using it as a toy. They're not meant to withstand that. Yeah. I mean, that's, you know. Yeah, that's cool. I don't know if I guess this is like. I mean, I was never a huge Gundam Wing myself, or like Gundam fan in general myself, and by extension, like even Wing, I never watched. I wonder how much of that is a result of like Wing being so prevalent. Was it like Toonami, I guess, that they would have shown it on in America? Like, it feels like I think it maybe for Americans it would have become more of a I don't know what's the term I'm looking for, but it would have been like more prevalent in the culture, I guess. It would have been easier for you to be exposed to it. Like, I don't remember any local TV channels showing Gundam Wing at the time when I was growing up. Like, most of the Gundam that I've seen was like way after the fact. B16. And D2 1611. But yeah, no, the whole thing about you know, Gunpla not being toys and stuff, it's like the classic, like it's very much that kind of thing where, like, you know, after, like, obviously not, you know, as a kid I probably wouldn't have cared that much about it, but like I remember, you know, it's like the classic thing, right, where like you have to explain to your mom that it's like, Mom, It's not a toy, you know, whatever. It's like the kind of thing where like, you know, they'll have like guests over or something, and there's like a, you know, or the guests bring their younger kid or whatever, and it's like, oh, you know, I can find something for you to, you know, to keep busy, you know, and like she'll go in your room and like pick up a bunch of these like very delicate, you know, figures. And just like, yeah, here, have fun with these. And just like, come on. You know, come home after the fact and it's all like taken apart. Yeah, oh no. It's just like trauma. Fucking. and you know, like bear in mind that I would never like, you know, I never really went past just kind of like building them and then just leaving it. You know, I would do a bit of panel lining, but that was about it. Like I would never even like clear coat my stuff. So like, you know, it was like the damage was limited. But if I had a big collect, yeah, you look with your eyes, not with your hands, exactly. You know, but like. I can only imagine what it would have been like if, you know, they were all painted and stuff. Like, did I miss? I think I missed a bit. Oh no, I had already done that. Okay, never mind. So got these. I already did the fist. I've got the shield. Oh, here we go. Yep. I'm not gonna cut super close with this one. I think this one definitely needs to be sanded because it's kind of rounded on the edge, and I don't want to cut too close. Might be able to see a little bit of it. It's, you know. Yeah. Just gonna play it safe. But yeah, this is just like kind of like a shield that clips onto the arm on the side, like this. Cool. All right. Done. All of that, I think. Yeah, that's pretty good. And then, is this one of those optional parts? I think this is meant to be the. Wait, hold on. Oh no, okay. So they have a separate section for the shortcut change parts. So that's basically for when you do the if you want to transform it. Okay. So all things considered, like, you know, slow progress, but like overall not super bad considering. Let's make another label. I think my Sharpie is dying. It would normally be brighter than this. I mean, it's one of the silver ones, and I'm painting on black, but like, or I'm writing on black, but it should be okay. Okay. So again, we have, for this next step, we have a polycap, which I'm gonna skip. I've got C5. So we're moving on to the torso, basically. And then C4 as well. These are also on curved sides, but I think the way that this is meant to work is that it's kind of like the sort of like the inner core of it. We'll see. Okay. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I can put these two together. I think I, again, might need a little bit of cleanup later on, but it should be okay. C1. I'm trying to identify exactly where this goes. So I mean, so this is the bottom part. But then I think this side, the one that the knob was on, will be obscured. So I'm not super concerned about it. I might just do like a bit of a test fit. I do have a part separator. I'm hoping not to use it. I'm hoping not to need it because it's always a pain to work with. But yeah, this bit is meant to have stickers on it as well. Okay, and then E9. Yeah, so basically this would have a poly cap, and then it would fit in here, right? So it's the torso has a joint. It's kind of like a, I don't know, it's not a hip joint, but it's kind of like a, you know, above the hip. Okay. A few more. E9. E9. Oh, I have two of these. Yeah, trying to be extra careful with some of these because they have parts on them that are not meant to be cut, and the way that the runner is shaped, it's a bit ambiguous sometimes. And just like double, triple checking the instructions. this one I'll definitely have to sand. I mean, that's another thing actually. I don't know. I might need to like sand everything really to some extent. At the very least, you know, with like a I don't know if it's like required to give everything just once over with like a high grit paper, just to make sure that the primer sticks. Like, I definitely need to wash everything, but I don't know if I need to go through the trouble of actually prepping all the surfaces. That's a problem for future Martin. D13 got a nose cone. How visible is this? Oh, okay. So if I had assembled the other bit, I would probably be able to tell. But so we had this bit, we had the red bit. Oh no, I think it was red first, right? And then this one goes on the bottom. Yes. Okay. So let me just have a quick look, basically. Oh. Okay, that kind of worked. Hold on. Yeah, alright, nice. Wait, no, it didn't. It didn't. The clock was way off again. God damn it. Anyway, happy midnight. I don't know why it's so difficult to make a clock that goes off at the, you know, that it's set correctly, but I still need to beep. That's right. I need to work on that. Oh damn it! I don't know if that was just luck then the last time that just synced up perfectly, or like near perfectly. Oh well. I don't know. I'll watch it back. I'll check the VOD. Because, you know, I'm trying to get away with the bare minimum like coding for that. So I've set it up so that the I mean, so the beep happens. The beep is timed, or you know, it's connected to the my computer's clock, and then in theory, the clock that you see on screen is also adjusted based on the computer. But I don't know if maybe the real-time clock, the little module that keeps the time when it's disconnected and stuff, is like incorrect or something. It might drift. But then, yeah, I don't know. It's just like one of those things, like how hard could it be, you know, to make a clock that stays on time? I don't know, it shouldn't require fucking like Arduino. You know, and like hundreds of lines of code, or like, you know, even dozens of lines of code really. Okay. Alright, I think we're good with that. Got B. B1 and C. T2, yes. Excited to work on some frame parts or like internal frame. Well, I don't know. This probably won't have a full like internal frame. You know, not at this grade anyway. But you know, I'm excited to work with some parts that are meant to be, you know, just one part. I don't know if we'll have many of those. You know, as in like two halves of the same big components, and I can at least put them together and paint them at the same time. B1's, yeah, 7. Okay. Yeah, so I think this bit that the knobs are on will be obscured, but I'll clean it up as much as I can later. Some of these are kind of straight edges, but then, you know, they might look a bit. Yeah, no, this one, for example, is definitely curved. So I don't know. Should I try autofocus? I don't know if I can trust it. We'll see. Let me just have a quick look. Like if I do this, I don't know. That might not be. Hold on. Let me have a look. Oh, come on. It really does want to focus on the wee-wees. Okay, never mind. I'll just you know. But yeah, so like, you know, like basically this bit, you know, where like it's kind of curved and the knob kind of like extends over the that fillet. Hold on. I don't know. It might still be very hard to see regardless of what I do. But basically, that is the like prime candidate for something, you know, for like a knob that needs to be sanded off. So I'm just gonna like cut pretty far away from it, just to make sure that I don't cut into the curve. And then this one should be all internal, so it doesn't really matter. It's like neat, you know, straight lines or like straight edges. Cool. Yeah, because then this goes. See, it's like not even this. Yeah, I'm still gonna have to just paint them separately, I think. Okay. Cool. Yeah, just reading ahead a little bit. So I'm gonna. So there's a total of 13 steps minus the shortcut change stuff. I'm probably not gonna have to bother with the cockpit. You know, I might make it eventually, but. Especially for something, because I assume it comes with a pilot. I haven't looked at the. Does it have a like a tiny Isamu? Yes, it does. C7. C7. Oh yeah. Hold on. There he is. It's just like a bust. It's just his upper half of the body and the helmet. But yeah, like, you know, I would have to paint that. This is tiny. So who knows? That's always the trickiest part of you know, or at least for me, or the kind of stuff that like always puts me off of making aircraft models, is that sometimes you have to do things out of order, right? Or there will be specific things that, like, obviously you would have to paint the cockpit first, and then, you know, glue it in place and put the canopy on top because it's clear plastic or whatever, right? So there are things like that where you just have to, and it's always like the cockpit will always have the weird colors in it, you know, where, like, you know, you look at it sometimes, you know, like kids will have like something like hold on, you know, something like a chart like this where it says like, these are the colors that we recommend for you to paint it with, and then this is where the decals go and all of that shit, right? And so, you know, that's like the all the bits where it's like, you can go through all of the trouble, you know, here we go, Isamu Dyson blue-green part, and you need like 3 different colors of, you know, you need a green, a bright blue, and a white, and you mix them together in these ratios, only for you to have like a tiny dot on his visor, right? So like if you're shopping, if you go to like the hobby shop or whatever to, like, you know, buy the paints that you need to build this particular kit, yeah, for the real freaks, exactly. Like if you want to, like, you know, you're shopping for it and you can spend like, you know, $2 or like 2 quid or something, or 3 quid on like a you know, a tin of like the main color that will paint like 90% of the aircraft, and then you have to go out of your way to buy, like, spend 3 times as much on just a tiny detail, right? Anyway, so yeah, I've got a couple of projects like that, you know, like I will eventually have to do it. I think the other YF-19 that I have is also like that. Okay. Wait, let's get back. Okay, yeah, so we have a step here that is just basically assembly. If we had properly built all of these things, you know, we would have a head, we would have a torso and the 2 arms, and you can just put them together as like an intermediate step. Can I focus? Yeah, that's a little bit better. But yeah, cool. So what that means that I need another label. Looks enough like an 8, I guess. Okay. Okay, so some more sort of like frame bits. E12. Oh, okay, 2 of these. So this is kind of like the hip part. E12 and C. C24. Okay. These ones I'm just straight up like cutting off the raw notices because so they've got these, like, I don't know what you would call it, like an axle, like a pin tool. You know, they're like sticks in a hole, and like the knob is on the edge, so ultimately it probably doesn't doesn't matter all that much. I think there's probably a bit of a gap on the other side, right, where it's got some clearance. So that was the E12s, and then we need a C24. Okay. Yeah, this one actually I think I can assemble. We'll see. Okay, and then I need a C23 as well. That was the other side. Yeah, because we then have a polycap and then a C26, just like a socket kind of thing. And I will eventually need a B11. Okay. Putting that one aside for sanding later, but I think for this one, so this is basically just the sort of like the inner part of the hip. I think is mostly going to be obscured by things, or you know, the parts that matter are okay. Okay, right. Yeah, so we have basically like a socket for the legs. So we'll have a little bit of articulation, right? So you can kind of like move the legs outside, like outwards, or like do kind of like the you can do the Tory power pose. Okay. Which is neat. They have like little oh, this might be really hard to show. But like they've got some like nice level of detail. They've got like tiny pistons on the edge that is otherwise hidden if you stand them. It doesn't help that the camera controls are like super hard to it does kind of look like a little dude. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get that in focus. Come on. Oh, hold on. Yeah, I don't know. You might be able to see it just on the inside there, like a tiny sort of like piston-looking thing. Which, like, typically, if you just stand it up straight, it would look like that, so you wouldn't even be able to see it. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, and then I have basically the other side of that. Just clips in there as yeah. Yeah, I don't know. This assembly is might be one of those that I eventually have to take apart. But you know, it's all the same color and it's mostly just a single component, so I might be able to paint it as is. We'll see. I mean, certainly this bit that slides in here. Yeah, but then again, that's also easy to take apart. So who knows? We'll see. We'll see. Thankfully, it's not many colors, so it's you know, I'll be able to just kind of like separate them out, and then just paint like do like 3 or 4 batches, and that's it. I can paint all the tan ones in one go, and then all the gray ones in another. Okay, I'm gonna need another box. Hold on. Yeah, I have all of this stuff on the floor, so I don't know how funny it might look really funny. You know, I'm just like disappearing under the desk or something. But okay. Let's get this back. Okay. So we're on to step 9. And while I'm at it, I might as well just make the next one as well. So, okay. Right, so step 9. Honestly, you know, I know Johnny was saying earlier that, you know, it feels like you're going slow until all of a sudden it doesn't, and I'm kind of like getting to that point, to be honest, because I'm just looking through all of these, and it's like, you know, the legs might be a little bit more complicated, but a lot of the, like, you know, because up to step 12 or something. You know, step 13 is weapons, and then the rest of it is like shortcut change. So, you know, not doing too bad. Okay. So we got 2 handed parts again. So we need D1, D2. And then we're going to need E as well. So let's see if I manage not to mix them up again. I'm just gonna do the bits out, you know, without the brackets, the parentheses first. So we had 18. And then I need E19 and 20. Oh yeah, that's another update. Actually, I don't know why I didn't say anything about it up until now. Yeah, I had the opportunity to last night I had the opportunity to go on the Aqua Lounge stream, which I'll give him a shout out actually, because so it's this sort of like new Y2K sort of demo, like not necessarily, I don't know if you would call it mixed media, but it's kind of like, you know, like a showcase of both like music and video games, all the new, that is hosted by Max Krieger, who is this yeah, like I guess you could describe it as like neo Y2K game dev. So he made Crossnick Plus a couple years ago. Let's see if this works. TV. Yeah, so some like really cool stuff. There's a segment on the stream where you get to talk to Seaman through a like a Dreamcast mic. That is SEAMAN, which some of you might be familiar with. I don't know. It's a bit of an obscure title, but yeah. Basically, the way it works is that you get in Discord, right? And then he basically pulls you into a voice chat, right? And then the setup, so it's a real hardware, right? So it's an actual Dreamcast with a microphone attached to it, and then there's like an audio splitter. So the idea is that the way that the mechanic, yeah, is the fishman with a fish with a man's face, exactly, Seaman, the man from the sea. And nothing else. Yeah, and so basically the way that it works, right, is that the mechanics of Seaman are such that you can use this to communicate with Seaman, right? And so it will, you know, or it will react to what you're saying. There's like a set of words that you can say that it will recognize, and then I think the idea is that you can have offspring, right? So it will just like procedurally generate more sea people that you can also talk to, and then, you know, they eventually learn and grow and all sorts of stuff. It's a very interesting concept. And yeah, so basically you would get into this Discord call, right? And then you think of like 3 things that you want to say. You know, you either pick them from an already sort of like accepted list of terms, or, you know, you just kind of like take your chances and say something. And then, you know, the seaman or sea person in question may or may not react to it positively. So yeah, I got to do that. I think I managed to embarrass myself a little bit. Because he does a thing where like, you know, he'll ask like a question of the day, where he like kind of like puts you on the spot. It's just like, okay, now that you're in voice chat, let me ask you this question. And you know, like the question of the day was, you know, what does you know, like Y2K mean to you? Or like, you know, what is the first thing that comes to your mind when you think about Y2K? And I was like, that is such a big question. That is like such a deep thing, you know. And I was like, oh my god, what do I say to that, right? And it was just like, I don't know. I said something about print media and like flyers and the graphic design and whatever the fuck, you know, around the time. Because like that was like a big thing for me, you know. Like, growing up, I was, you know, as a kid basically, or like a tween or whatever, you know, like my friends and I would go crazy about all the various like, oh, Sony has a new like you know, Walkman product, right? So it would have been like either like a Discman at the time, or like a mini disc player or something, and they would have like all of these like adverts for it. Because like, you know, we didn't have enough money to like buy everything, right? Or like, you know, these were sort of like rare to see in person. but the advertising would always be there. And so like I said something, you know, nowhere near as elaborate or like as eloquent as I just put it. You know, but yeah, you know, I said something about that. But like I would probably answer that question very differently if I had a bit more time to think about it. Like some of the other people who talked about, you know, who went on the stream afterwards, that, you know, I think they were both kind of like in the same vein of like, you know, like a very specific like optimism about you know, the new millennium and stuff, and about the internet, which, you know, ultimately that's you know, that's the reason why I have the, you know, the Swatch clock. That's like the Swatch internet time was a huge thing, you know. Or like, you know, it wasn't a huge thing. It wasn't like nowhere near as relevant, you know. But like, I think it exemplifies the philosophy at the, you know, perfectly. It's just like recognizing that the internet is becoming a huge thing, and we're gonna be doing a lot more communication online and all of that kind of stuff. And so like, how do you square the circle, or like how do you deal with you know, the issue of time zones and all of that stuff. Okay, I realize I haven't done much in the last couple of minutes. So okay, so I have these two, which I don't think there's knobs. I think I'm meant to keep those. Yeah, okay. But yeah, maybe the optimal way to do this actually is to assemble it, sand it while the parts are together, then take it apart and then paint it. Which is gonna be a pain, but I can't really think of a better way of getting like a good finish on the seams otherwise. I might need to do a couple of test pieces. What level of grit do you normally have to use for something like this? You would go down to something pretty fine. I have a set that goes, I think it's from like 100, maybe like 120 down to 1000. You don't need to like get like super smooth with it. Especially if you're painting, I don't think it matters. For if I yeah, I mean, you might not need 1000. I think maybe like 600 or 600 or 800 is plenty, to be honest. But you know, if I wasn't painting it and I did want a proper finish, like you can go way higher than that. Like I've seen people using like what is it? Is it like glass files, like specifically for glass, to get like, and then you get like polishing pads and stuff, or like little sponges, so they have like you know, you can basically get to a mirror finish with some of these parts, which, I mean, it's probably overkill. I don't know. Maybe if you clear coat it afterwards, you know, it takes some of the, because basically, I don't know if I'll be able to. I don't think there's no way I can show you in a way that actually is recognizable on screen. But because a lot of the you know, as good as the injection molding is in general, you will still, yeah, I've hand polished metal to mirror. It's a real nightmare. I can't imagine doing it to plastic. Yeah, I don't know how people do it. But like, hold on. So you'll have, you know, like the injection molding is pretty good, and like the shape itself is good, but you know, regardless of what the color is, you are going to get some like kind of like streaking in there, you know, like it's a lot more noticeable with metallic parts, which I don't have any here. You know, but like if you look at it against the, you know, depending on the angle that the light hits it, you might be able to see that there's like little, hold on. Oh, you might actually be able to see it. Hold on. Right? So like you've got your panel lines, right? But then there are some like imperfections in the color, right? Or like the, you know, yeah. So like that's the kind of stuff that benefits from painting, right? Where like it will look much more uniform and it will look much better if you paint it. I don't know, maybe if you clear coat it, it still looks like you can hide some of that, right? Maybe, I don't know. But like I feel like if you're going to go through all of that trouble of like mirror polishing and like cleaning up the seams and everything, at that point, you know, you could just be painting it. Like, I don't know. Like it feels like I don't know, I might be talking out of my ass. There might be like very legitimate reasons to do it, but you know, it feels like to me that if you are spending a lot of time on cleaning up the edges, you know, and like sanding down all of the knobs and like mirror polishing everything, and then you just put it together without painting, like it feels like a mismatch to me, you know. Okay, so I think I had these two parts and then E19 and E20. Okay. So D1. Okay. Oh no, no, I messed up already. Hold on. Yeah, because I had D118, D113. And then I somehow did the... Oh no, wait. No, I somehow fucked up. Okay, never mind. What's the other side? What do I need for the other side? Damn it. I don't see it. I don't see it. Because, okay, so I'll explain. So basically what's happening is that there's a D12 and a D17 that go together. And there's a D13 and a D18 that go together. And I was meant to cut out D18 and 13. And now I don't know where 12 and 17 are supposed to go because the handed part is actually on a different runner. So let me see if I can read ahead a little bit. It says you're meant to make two, but then I don't know. Okay, well I'll keep these. I'll keep these separate for now. Oh wait, no, hold on. No, maybe. All right, I don't know. I'll we'll figure it out. Okay, so let me just make sure that we're step D9, or sorry, step 019. I actually have 18 and 13. So these are the ones that are left on the runner. I'm doing my best to sort of like keep the knobs on the desk so that I can tidy up nicely later, but every now and then they'll just like go flying, so I'm probably gonna be finding these everywhere for a couple of days. Such is life. Okay, so this was like proper, like actually 13 and 18. So I'm gonna put these in the corresponding box compartment. I've got D120. But yeah, anyway. Oh hell yeah. Thank you for the decals. I actually, that's a good point. I need to, I've realized over the last couple of days that maybe I need to shill. I need to remind people that some of these exist. I mean, I'm totally happy for you to use it, Ashley. Like, you know, but I also noticed that you are the you are the only one who uses the first as well, which is not, you know. Which, I mean, thank you for being such a loyal, you know, viewer. You're always here, you know, as soon as I go live. I really appreciate that. But but I don't know, maybe people just don't know. I was thinking about it, but I assume, oh yeah, no, I've held off on using the, I mean, it's fine. I mean, feel free to use it. Okay. All right. But yeah, the other thing, the final bit from the story, I guess, from the Aqua Lounge thing, was that Max had a Blue Sky invite to give out, to give away, and I managed to grab that as well. So I am now on Blue Sky, which may or may not be, you know, it's either a flash in the pan or like the next big thing, you know, Twitter killer. We'll find out in a few weeks probably. I meant to get. I mean, I'll probably get invites in a couple of weeks, so you know, I can. If anyone is interested, you know, Doom, if you want one, I can put one aside. I don't know how it works. I don't know if they just give you like one every 2 weeks or something like that. I've heard like conflicting reports of people, you know, either not getting any or getting like multiple of them. It's either Google Plus brackets failed Facebook alternative or Twitter 2 bracket successful maybe. Exactly. Like, I don't know. I'm curious to see how it pans out. You know, like, to be fair, I mean, I'm also on co-host, and I'm, you know, not active enough. I should probably do that. I should probably post more on there as well. Like, you know, like, co-host is 100% not going to be the Twitter killer, but it's a very nice vibe, you know. And like, maybe I just should post more about the I should post more about the stream on co-host. I think maybe that's the crowd that would appreciate it. But yeah, I really like Eggbug. It's a fun mascot. I like that you know, the equivalent, or the co-host equivalent of tweets or posts are called josts. So you can go on co-host and start josting even. That's really funny to me. I mean, I guess Blue Sky has skeets, or like people call him skeets, which is also really funny if you know what skeets then like means in another context. But you know, I don't know if people just say that like jokingly. I don't think that's the official term. Well, I don't think that chos are the official term for co-host either, but like, you know, it's whatever people accept and start using. You know, ultimately that's how language works. Yeah. That's right. That's right. Okay. All right. I think I'm gonna finish up this step, this 019. I'm just bit conscious of the time. I'm gonna finish up this step, and then we can do the skeet all over the blue sky feed. That's right. I mean, like internally, I guess, like if you go on the side, they just call them posts, which, I mean, you know, is sensible, I guess. But like, I need 14 and 18. 14 and 18. Oh, okay, here we go. But yeah, I mean, like I guess maybe it's just because it's close to tweet, so it's easy to. Yeah, I mean, I assume people just say it jokingly. To be honest, no, there's no way. Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, the only people that I've seen call them skeets are like the kind of people who would be otherwise funny on Twitter anyway. You know, or like, you know, kind of posters. Oh, did that just break? Or, maybe it did. I don't know. Much to think about. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, because like if you go on the website itself, like if you look at, you know, on people's profiles, it says how many times you posted and stuff, and it just says post, which again is sensible. It makes sense, but at the same time, I think they could have been a bit braver and like come up with their own term. You know, like maybe skeet would have been a bit like. I mean, surely they would have realized that. I'm hoping. I don't know. You know, but like you'd think that at least that you would Google it before naming it like that. But you know, it would be really funny. It would be really funny if it became skeet just out of force of habit, or just out of like people making it a real thing. So I need this bit. Don't like that. Oh, okay. All right. This will probably be painted separately as well, I reckon. Because it's kind of articulated in a way that might be difficult to cover. E17. But yeah, that was the giveaway for the Blue Sky invite was also a question. Namely, which real-life figure was sampled in Hideki Naganuma's concept of love? Which I kind of got on the rebound, to be honest. I wasn't sure about it, and you know, people started guessing, and they were like, you know, like Martin Luther King Jr. or Malcolm X and stuff. And then, you know, Max said, "Oh no, but you're on the right track." And I was like, "Oh, Stokely Carmichael. There you go." It was just like, you know, just more sort of, you know, civil movement figures. But yeah, it's. I think it's from the free Huey speech. Yeah, or Kwame Ture, I guess. E16. And 15. But yeah. Ashley, do you have anything in mind that you would like to get the ghost while we're at it? Oh, and arrange all the wee-wees and deghost them. That's a very good idea. Thank you so much. That's a very good shout. Okay, cool. Yeah, we can absolutely do that. to the wee-wees. Get the ghost, idiot. Also, Doom, I appreciate your dedication to misspelling their names, just consistently calling them wee-wees, and PP as well earlier. They will forever be wee-wees and PPs to me. Okay. I mean, that's fine. Okay, right. I think I've got all of the parts for that. So that will be one of the legs. Oh, actually, no, this is... Oh, wait. No, I was meant to do 2 of these. So, okay, never mind. I'm going to keep going with this. That kind of explains... Wait, no, that still doesn't quite explain why... where that other part came from. But... I don't know. I pressed something accidentally. I don't know if that did anything. Me and my inner 6-year-old think it's very funny. I mean, it is funny. And it genuinely, yeah, it did make a sound, but I don't know if I mean, that was kind of like a sound of like you press something and it doesn't do anything, dumbass. Kind of warning. But I don't know. Yeah, I've got my keyboard on my lap because otherwise I just simply don't have enough room on the desk. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, I mean, yeah, no, but the wee and the PP thing is very fun, and I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if it was intentional, you know. Maybe when Jams is back, we can ask him. But yeah, based on the rest of the humor, I fully believe. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, so Jams, who also streams on Twitch, a very fun VTuber as well. Works for itemLabel and is also like credited in a lot of the like music videos and stuff. You only learned about it? No. I think you got the gist of it, to be honest. I think that's all you need to know, really. I think you get the vibe. Okay. E20. So E20, E19. I need a D213. Okay, so I okay, here's the thing. Right, so this was meant to be a 9. And then I'm gonna make this D2. This will be D1. Just about fits. Okay. Yeah, so this is not the full leg, it's just sort of like the thighs and then the feet, basically. I'm gonna need 16 and 15 as well. I think this will basically clear. This mostly clears the runner, I think. Do I need the 13 for anything? Or maybe not quite yet. Oh well. I don't know. We'll see. Being kind of careful with this one because this very particular edge on the feet is always one that I have a hard time with. So like this needs to be sanded. This one goes on top, so it's a bit less so, but. Okay. Okay. I realize I'm going out of order, but yeah. Do I have any E17s left? No. Got E15, 16 done. E14 and 18 are done. E21 and 22 still need. I'm noticing the seconds on the clock go up to 99 and skip some numbers. So it's it updates on a second basis, but it shows 100th of a beat. So I don't know. Have I explained? Doom, are you familiar with the Swatch internet clock? Have I explained it while you're here? While you've been here? It's kind of like oh, you're not. Okay. So basically it's this thing that Swatch, the like, watchmaker or clockmaker, watchmaker from Switzerland came up with in the 90s. And it's this decimal time system. Like it kind of works like almost like a revolutionary calendar or like decimal time kind of thing, a Swatch clock earlier, and I thought you would. Yeah, well, that also. Okay, so I'll explain. Because you could get. I have one. I don't remember where I put it. I don't think I have it handy right now. But you could get Swatch watches from the 90s that actually had, dual displays, or like you could change the mode and it would either display the regular time or the Swatch internet time. But so the idea of this, the concept is that it's this time measurement system that has no time zones, and it's all decimal time. So each day is divided into 1,000 equal parts, or and you know, regardless of where you're in the world, it's always the same beat time. The 1,000 parts are called beats. And then, you know, there's no time zones, there's no daylight savings or anything. And it's basically midnight is UTC +1, which happens to be the standard time of BL in, you know, in Switzerland. Because, you know, very Swiss of them, you know, they just went with their local time zone. Which is my only critique of it. I think it would have been much cooler if they had just kept it, you know, UTC. But, you know, it's still a fun concept. And so, but that was kind of the idea, is that, like, you know, they recognize that, you know, we're going to be talking a lot more on the internet and kind of like organizing things with people who are on the other side of the globe. Yeah, exactly. How about my hometown for everyone? Home time. Right? But that was kind of the idea, is that, like, what if you have a business meeting or you're hanging out with friends online, you know, and you're in a voice, you know, call or something, or you're chatting in a chat room or something, you know, and you want to arrange a time for you to meet. I don't know. I don't know if VoIP, like voice over IP or like online calls would have been a big thing. You know, that might have been a bit difficult, but you know, certainly like text chat, right? Would have been feasible. And so it was kind of like this idea, right, of like, let's make it easy for people to like get together, right, and talk online. And as part of that, it was included, like, it was officially supported by Phantasy Star Online as well. I forget if it was it, because there was a Phantasy Star Online 2 as well, right? I don't know. I don't remember if yeah, but basically, like, it was like built into the game. Like the in-game clock would run on you know, would basically be Swatch internet time. I mean, I like it. I really enjoy it. It's nowhere near as practical as you might think at first. You know, it's kind of a gimmick. You know, it just makes things just a little bit more complicated. But I like the concept of it, and I like to you know, just put it in my tweets and my, you know, my schedule. You know, have it on screen like this, that kind of stuff. But yeah, okay. I realize we're about to be hit. Can I snooze the ads? If I snooze the ads, will it? I don't know. Let's see what happens if I snooze it and then I stop streaming afterwards. Will it let me do that? Ads are starting in 6 minutes. Okay, so we have. Oof, okay. All right. I think we can maybe do it. I don't know. It might hang on to it. It might just make me play 6 minutes of ads the next time. I don't know how that works. I mean, I can snooze it 2 more times. So, you know, we can extend it. I think it might turn like pre-runs on for a little bit, but you know, if I'm leaving already, that probably doesn't matter. Okay, so what are we doing? Let's see. I'm gonna cut the audio, cut the music first. Okay, right. So let's arrange the wee-wees. I'm gonna put them up like this. Hold on. And then obviously fertilizer goes on the bottom, right? As it needs to. And then we can put, hold on. Degolfs those wee-wees. That's right. Okay, so I'm gonna leave them like this. I don't know. I think that looks pretty good on screen. Hold on. Maybe move them a little bit. Okay. Oh, the pork tree. Hi, welcome in. Thank you for the sub. For the second month. I don't know why my alerts are not working. I think they might just not be on this scene, I guess. Decapitated Furby / Teletubbies, the content I'm here for. Yeah. We love the wee wees. Okay, so I think that's a pretty good setup for them. Let me see if I can hold on. If I just leave my keyboard over there, I guess. Right. I'm gonna turn the mic up. You might hear that. I don't know. It feels a lot buzzier this time around. You might also just hear me twice. Okay, so I've turned up the mic on the thing, the dedicated one. Okay, hold on. I have no idea. Wait, hold on. Let me just. I have no idea what these actually are, and googling got me a weird mix. Yeah, so if you go to itemLabel is the company that makes them. If you go on their website and you can, it's basically like they make sort of collectible plushies and like all sorts of toys and stuff like that, or like not toys, like collectible items, right? And if you go on the various like product sites or like product pages, they all have like a little bit of lore explaining, well, explaining whatever, like, but it will tell you more about them. Okay, hopefully, I think the focus should be okay. That might look okay, right? So, all right, yes. So, yeah, thank you again to Ashley for redeeming the D-Goal. So we're going to proceed to D-Goals. My 4 new friends, 5 new friends, including the PP. So we got three tomato wee-wees today and a fertilizer, which I'll post about it. I'll work out what the odds are, because that's a pretty low chance of getting like 3 tomatoes like that in a row. But yes, so I'm gonna turn the monitor's mic up again, and I'm gonna make my way over. I'm stepping all over the bags for the runners. Okay, hold on. Cool. Are we ready? Degaussing my degaussing the wee wees and the PP in 3, 2, 1. All right. Yeah, that's right. Get degaussed, idiots. Okay, cool. Right. There we go. I've also managed to snooze the ads again. So they are meant to start in 6 minutes. I'm not gonna let it do that. I'll deal with the consequences of whatever that means in the next stream. Let me put myself on the big screen, and I can put maybe. Will I get this right? I never get it right. Oh fuck. Hold on. Shit. It's so much more difficult to do it manually. This one? There we go. Start of next stream, 30 minutes of ads. I mean, if anything, it will just force me to have it might just force me to have what's it called, like reruns of I also realize I mess with the brightness. Okay, hold on. Cool. This is all like misaligned, whatever the fuck. Okay, but I'm logging off. Yeah, thank you for joining me. That was actually I managed to get quite a bit done, I think. Big screen bleed, that's right. I don't know. I can probably do another one of these streams. We probably won't have a lot to do. If oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm pretty much done for the day. But I'll be back on Friday. With the Negicon. I just moved the hand cam away, but I've got Magicon is here. I'm gonna be playing around with it probably in Wipeout. And I have another stream on Saturday, so I'm gonna be doing a little bit more of Ace Combat. So that's probably gonna be, I think it's gonna be the final stream of grinding AC4. I might not do another one afterwards. Never seen someone use one. I don't know. I've heard mixed reports. I heard people say that it's a game changer and that it makes it, you know, playing Wipeout and Ridge Racer incredible. But I don't know. I have my doubts. Well, you know, I'll be the judge of that on Friday. We'll see. It does feel nice. Like it's much more pleasant feeling and like much better constructed than I thought it would be. Like it's like spring loaded. You know, it's all gonna be out of focus, but it's like pretty good. It's like good build quality. Shout out to like Namco. But yeah. Anyway, thank you so much for hanging out. And yeah, like I said, I'll probably have another one of these streams. I think I'm mostly done with the main sort of like Battleroid configuration. If I have time, I might just end up building some of the other like in between parts, you know, for the transformation, even if I don't use them for anything. And then yeah, I'll see if I can get some painting done as well over the weekend. I might be able to show some results of that, you know. We'll see. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do like a test thing. Otherwise, I'll post about it. If I feel like, you know, it's probably better for me to just do it off stream and, you know, finish off cleaning up the parts off stream and then paint them and everything. I might just do that because it's a long weekend. So I don't know. I'll post about it on Twitter or something, and possibly Blue Sky. Right. And with that all said, let me find somewhere to go. Which, to be honest, we might be raiding Jets a lot this week because she's doing her she's participating in the Australia and New Zealand what is it called? Sub it's not like a subathon, whatever they call it. Sub fest, fan fest, whatever the fuck. So she's doing a lot of like weird silly stuff, you know, as she unlocks the goals. She will be doing a CRT stream. I think that coincides with my Friday stream, so I'll, you know, we'll be raiding her again then. But in the meantime, you know, let's head over and say hi. But yeah, as usual, you know, please consider following me on Twitter. That's where I'll post stream updates. Grab the raid message. That's the standard Unicode one. And then if you happen to have a sub, you can use the one with my emote. And yeah, thank you so much for hanging out, and I'll see you in a couple of days.